A rather early start on a Monday night for you. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, wherever you're tuning in all around Australia or indeed the world across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube. Terrific to have you along for the ride as we welcome you to night one of week 2 of term 3 in 2024. And we zero in on Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin first up. It's a triple header for you tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Let's elaborate very briefly on why. If you were with us this time last week, well, actually you weren't because we were a little bit late getting off the line last week. The great man Adam Lavis had a blackout at his end in the Northern Rivers, meaning that we weren't able to bring you the opening round of the Super 2 and Super 3 series from Elkhart Lake in Wisconsin. So, as a consolation prize, if you like, we're going to call that one as live tonight and then roll into our live continuous coverage of round 2 from Interlargos, and then, of course, for Waste Options GT3 from Brands Hatch. Nice to have you along for the ride, everybody. Zach Caban and Adam Lavis with you for Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Grid will be with you in just a few moments' time. Brand new season of Super 2 and Super 3, and a big change as well, Adam Lavis. We welcome merch.GSRC.inc on board as the naming rights sponsor, and 2, we've updated the model of supercar that we're driving.
Yeah, we're going to what is iRacing considers the current spec, but as we all know is Gen 2. So the Opal door and the Mustang on the grid. So we have a big field. So we've got over 50 cars here on this replay night. Be interesting to see how many we have when we get to the live one in an hour's time. But let's see what happened last week, and let's also see if my PC holds up with the big grid.
Exactly, and let's see how friendly fire the comments are as well. Trenton Naylor firing on all cylinders off the start tonight as well. So there's the track and weather conditions for you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, obviously, because it's a replay server, don't weigh too much into what you're seeing there in the top 2 columns. There is no time and there is no generic date for it. We've been plummeted back into 1970, something our Queensland audience are very familiar with. 7 km/h winds, 26 degrees the ambient, and the on-track temperature is 41. 45% humidity, partly cloudy conditions, and we are set to rock and roll. So, 7 km/h winds. We can't tell you the direction. Again, this is just the thing. There are certain things that we can get away with in the replay form, and obviously the date, the time, and the wind direction are not 3 of them. Greg Favell on pole position here tonight, 206.421. And alongside him, the returning stalwart of the caper, Brenton Hobson, a GSRC Racer Champions winner, a multiple champion in many different classes here in these platforms. Great to see Hobbo back on the grid. David Kirby also back on the grid alongside Jason Spriggs, Angus Lawford and Brady Baldwin from row 3, Ron McKee, Tim Nicol from 4, Michael Hammond and Jake Slade from 5. Terrific to see so many cars on the grid here, folks, and some new and returning faces as well. Aidan Cale, Kurt Chapman from 6, Jaden Green, Trent Allen from 7, Ryan Howe, Stephen Varga from 8, Alex Court, Ashley from 9, Sam Stride, David Christensen from 10. 11 is Adam Proctor and Blake Fitz. 12, Jack Rogers, Chris Stark. 13, Brendan Griffiths and Daniel Snedden. 14, Dale Jeffries and Anthony Cuthbertson. We always know when there's a blank space next to the surname, next to the first name, exactly who it is. Tim Fusion, Ryan
I'll fix it up.
Round row 15 outside the top 30 we go. Mark McNamara, Philip Butler in row 16. On row 17, it's Dale Sharper, Michael Schroeder. Row 18, Shane Newitz, Greg Spencer. Row 19, Eduardo Zamora and James Hardy. Row 20, Adam Johnson and David Lawler. Row 21, they keep on coming. Patrick Hernal, Jason Tierman. Row 22, Pete Matson, Kurt Nomenson. Row 23, Nigel Patton, Christian Koch. Row 24, Adam St. John and Aaron Russell. Row 25 is Joe Baldwin, El Presidente and Dane Snap. 26, Kate Donnelly, Gary Wellman. 27, Aidan Schultz and Mark Horton. 28, Colin Bennett and Liam Amos. 29, Brett Bradbury and Sean McClure. Now, before we go any further, we've got about 15 seconds here. No, I'm not struck down by virus or illness or anything sinister. I was commentating real-world motorsport over the course of the weekend, hence why the voice box is down a cylinder or two tonight. Ready to fire! Round 1 of 2 tonight for the Super 2 and Super 3 for the Velkart Lake in Wisconsin. The new season is underway. Extremely busy start as they come up over the hill, and still they come on the run down to turn 1. But what's even more impressive is that we're clean to the first corner. Brenton Hobson is tucked in behind Greg Favell, who leads the field down to turn 3 for the first time. David Kirby slots in the 3rd spot. Angus Lawford got by Jason Spriggs on the run down the hill. Michael Hammond's made early progress as well, up to 8. And there they are, 3 wide. Oh, off goes Brady Baldwin. Off goes Brady Baldwin. Rubbing the wall, the concrete wall on the run down to turn 5. Baldwin's night hits the speed hump really early in the piece. Lorne McKean's also running into trouble, so too Jake Slade. As they get to, oh no, multiple cars involved. Carnage here at turn 5. And Brady Baldwin's going to drop down outside the top 40. And that one's going no further, I would imagine. Oh, big smash further ahead. Kate Donnelly and Brady. So Kate Donnelly's involved in this one at turn 6. And Baldwin comes through in 55th position. Replay for you here. So this was Baldwin, Argy Bargy. With Lorne McKee. And Jason Spriggs. Then Jake Slade went around all on his lonesome. And everybody got checked up. 2-3 cars off the circuit there. And then Kate Donnelly's hit. Watch this. Bang. Under brakes, and it just sent him hard right. Concrete waiting for you at the first possible sign of a mistake here tonight at Road America. And not just that, but also tyre barriers and kitty litter as well. It is a high-speed circuit, but there's no shortage of potential opportunities to bring yourself undone and places that will punish you when you do so. There's Lorne McKee off the road on the run down to Canada. Got it checked up through the kink. So high reward, but also high margin of error and high risk around here. That's why we love Road America at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin.
So I had a chat to Dane. I had a chat to Stan over the off-season. Said as Super 2, Super 3 champ. Oh, who's that? Oh, that's Stridey.
Crunch. Sam Stride. A good member, a valued member of our race control team here on the platforms of the GSRC, finds himself in the tyre wall. I didn't realise the voice box was as bad as it is, actually, so apologies, folks. It's going to be a long night.
He sounded fine until we went live. But yeah, I had a chat to Sanato during the off-season. Said as Super 3 champ, you got the option. You can run your regular number or you can go the 01 and represent. So he's got the 01 on the side of the car. So we've got both the number 1 and the 01. So both champs representing their plates this season.
Great to see. Always nice to see people coming back for a title defence. And Greg Favell, of course, had to wrestle it back off his teammate Damien Cairns, didn't he, last season? And Michael Hammond moving through into 8th place now. And then Kurt Chapman there in 9th and Jaden Green 10th. Yeah, no, you're right. It was fine because I was only talking at room volume. It's been okay at room volume all day, but as soon as I go into broadcast mode, by gee, she's struggling. Could be a good night, folks. Stick with us. Many of you have been wishing laryngitis upon me for many, many a year. You might actually get your wish tonight. Stephen Varga there in 27th. We go back to Adam Proctor in 19th. And by the by, if any of our audience were tuning in over the course of the weekend, it wasn't until after we got off air on Thursday night that a deal was done for me to be out at Queensland Raceway over the weekend. Yes, Queensland Raceway. Chris Whittaker's going to not even believe that when he hears it on replay. Queensland Raceway to commentate Circuit XL Nationals, the Dunlop Destiny Series, and over 40-odd cars, 8 races, half an hour apiece, action plenty. and rooted voice box as a result. 6:56 Eastern Standard Time. We're on air before you leave work in the West. And we're taking you right through to about 10:30 Eastern tonight. Sprint racing coming up from Brands Hatch for the GT3s a little bit later on. We bring you the second race of this championship live from Interlargos at 7:30 as well. But in the meantime, we go up across the start-finish line, and we've got Greg Favell leading the way from Brenton Hobson, who's content to sit in behind Favell at the moment. And this feels like a match race, doesn't it, Adam Lavis, to see these two? We know what Greg Favell has brought to the table in recent seasons in the old model supercars in this championship, in this time slot, but we know the calibre of Brenton Hobson. This is a heavyweight fight if ever there was one. Great to see some stiff competition for Greg Favell this season.
Yeah, you mainly messaged me, I can't remember which way you went. You messaged me about one, either the supercars or the GT3s, and he said, well, I may as well do the other one as well. So I think it might have been supercar that he was actually mostly interested in, and the GT3 was like, oh, well, I'm in out, may as well have a crack. So, yeah, it'd be good to see Hobbo back on track, and as I said, it'd be good to see him come in and throw a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons of the new fast crew.
Throw a bit of banter into the broadcast as well. That's always welcome. Favell, Hobson, Kirby, Spriggs. Spriggs under pressure from Lawford. We've picked up Ryan Tagle. We've got 12 spots already.
I gotta say the new Project 36 livery is quite nice. It's got a little NASCAR style to it with the big numbers on the side, but it does look the part.
Chris Stark having a good run as well, up 9 spots. He's locked up Simsport teammate.
He's actually leading the Super 3 split at the moment. Apparently he's found some pace over the off season, so be careful. He might find himself getting promoted in a couple of weeks if he keeps his pace up.
Exactly.
I'm sure you'll love that.
Yep. Tim Watson and Wayne Visser were in this server, did not start. So from 60 down to 58. Sam Stride is...
hold on to it, Dale.
Whoa! Dale Sharp and Alan Russell side by side, and Russell at 24.
He had a weird bobble on entry there, which is not the place you want going into the kink.
Not at all. Not at all. Russell around the outside to hold on to 24th. Behind him, Stephen Varga, then Dale Sharp, Dale Jeffries, Philip Butler, Shane Ewens, Joe Baldwin, Dane Snadden take us outside the top 30. Off goes Tim Fuge. Tim Fuge is at a moment. Down the order he goes, down to 44th. In the meantime, back live. And we pick up Alex Court in 13th. Great to see Courty back on the grid. Ash Lear and Alex Court side by side to 1. Court's going to hold the line. 13th place. And we've got James Hardy now plummeting down the order off track as well. So, yes, we've still got... Liam Amos has just come on a pit road. Sam Stride is a lap down on the leaders, but has got back out there after he's just 2 minute 12 stop and hold. We've got Blake Fitz and Tim Fuge on pit road now, potentially to splash and dash their way home. Cade Donnelly and Sean McClure had no choice but to come in for the fast repair at the end of lap 1. Whether that will serve them well or not at the end of the night, or whether they'll have an invoice to pay, we'll wait and see. Here we go. James Hardy getting some assistance through the final corner, some unwanted assistance, I would say. Partly cloudy conditions here at the Road America circuit. Only a few weeks ago we saw IndyCar here, of course. Jason Tiernan, big lock up at 1, caught the grass, caught the ripple strip.
I think he blew the motor on down. No, he just locked up.
I was going to say, did he launch it? Yeah. Speaking of launching, I was out at the Circuit XL Nationals, as I said, over the weekend. Solo commentary. So it was the day that we said goodbye to quite a few gearboxes. Everywhere I looked, someone was changing a gearbox or complaining about a gearbox issue. It was quite the day to be a mechanical part on a Hyundai XL. And an even better day today for those that sell them, I might add. With replacements being ordered left, right and centre for the next round of the series. 8 minutes gone. 17 to go. Greg Favell, Brenton Hobson, David Kirby, Jason Spriggs. We've picked up Spriggs all over the back of Kirby like a cheap suit at the moment as they head down to Canada Corner.
So another little added addition we've done this season. Got John Simpson got with us, and we've got banners on the front and rear windscreen banners on all the cars. Red ones for the Holdens, blue ones for the Ford, so you can see who's who in the zoo from a distance.
Around they come up onto the main straight now. So that's good for everybody, not just you people tuning in at home, but me as well. You can pick up A, which division these guys are running, and B, which car.
Oh, no, not division. It's just the Ford. So only the different cars. I don't need. Unfortunately, there isn't an easy way for me to do each division. Otherwise, I have to do every individual driver one by one, which is a little bit tedious.
Yes, yeah, that's true. Well, Super 2 and Super 3, you've got that broken up for us nicely by those positional numbers is what I mean. Now, here is David Lawler and now Gary Wellman. Oh, no, Gary, into the wall. Onto the tow rope, onto the pit lane. Let's see what the attrition rate is like at the end of the night here. As Nigel Patton comes down to Canada and just goes straight on. He had no hope of pulling up. 9 minutes gone. 16 to go. Plus a little bit of overtime, perhaps, knowing that it's, a 2:08 lap time around here per 6.5 kilometres. So the average speed around here much faster than that of, say, a Mount Panorama. Because you look at Mount Panorama and you're doing, this circuit is about, I'm going to say, 300 metres longer than Mount Panorama. 6.213 versus 6.5. David Christensen off the road. Good evening to Josh Zuno, tuning in as well. Hey, well done, mate, as well, on internal club pages around the traps this week. He fronted a video piece. Yep, put his mug on camera. Good luck to him. Rather him than me. I've got to head for radio. That's why I work in radio. And announced the club AGM is not too far away either. So more info on that via the social platforms, but also we'll probably discuss it here in the coming weeks as well. Brenton Hobson all over the back of Greg Favell onto the main straight they come. That looks like slightly new colours on Brenton Hobson as well. On the bonnet,
yeah, you said you went for the orange to support the club.
Excellent, love it.
Oh, is this a move? Oh, he's just playing games. He's playing games already.
You've got to. In this game, we'll see it all the time. We'll see it all season. And he'll be happy to sit there for the moment. It's too early in the race to be going for it, I would imagine. It's only 5 laps into what we think will be 12 most likely. I mean, 11.2's at 22, and if you take the 8 seconds over, that's still a minute and a half. So that's 23.8. Plus the transit down pit lane. No, somewhere in that final minute of play, they're going to come back to the line and start a 12th lap. So there will be some overtime. That's point number 1. Point number 2 is we don't know exactly how much. But with this being lap 6, there's another 6 laps where they came from, plus pit lane. So too early for Hobbo to really pull the trigger on that, I would imagine. Cuthbertson. Oh, I see what you did there. Well done, Adam Levis. Cuthbertson up the outside here. Being passed on the inside by Aaron Russell. And Adam Proctor's on the tow rope. So what's happened to Adam Proctor? We'll find out in a moment. But this is how it's all gone down. 15th place. And he's gone straight on. Oh dear. Oh dear. Jason Tierman. Whoa! Contact and sense. He got bumped and drafted. Bumped and runned. Wow. Here's Brenton Hobson. So you got an orange and black. A black and orange. At the front end of the field.
And they both have a little bit of white mixed in, just to
shake things up. At least the tyre rims are a different colour
Well,
altogether.
Brenton's orange is more of a blood orange, so it's a little darker.
That's right. Now, while I think of it, folks, got to encourage you next week to start getting your mega walls ready, start getting your sports bars ready, start getting your multiple screens ready to go, because next Wednesday night, Nine's coverage of the Olympics gets underway. And I'll have more information on that a little bit later on. Angus Lawford, Michael Hamrick, Ryan Howe, Jaden Green all on the pit lane at the end of lap number 6. So they're going right down the middle, half and half. Just having a look at the rate of attrition so far. Sam Stride's back in again. Adam Proctor's out, Patrick Colonel's out, Gary Wellman's out. We know that Liam Amos is still on pit lane, but if he stays there much longer, he won't get classified at 75%, so he may as well not even bother. Looks like he's going to be out of business as well. Down the main straight here, Kurt Chapman. As they fight for track position here, but it's not a true reflection of where they're going to be. Oh no! Kurt Chapman! How in God's name did he save that and pull it off? Chapman down the inside, then he gets past on the outside on the run down to turn 3. Whoa! He's put himself off the road. Caught the grass on the entry to 3. Missed the apex, missed the corner, missed everything. Grass equals passenger. Aidan Schultz is up to 18th. It could be 17th at the bottom of the hill. No, he tucks back in. He is currently the 4th place to the Super 3 contingent. Ryan Howe just ahead of him. Michael Hammond just ahead of them. But it's interesting because there's no point for Schultz to get engaged in battle here with these two gentlemen. Howe and Hammond are both in Super 2. And that might have been something that Schultz was thinking of there. Just keep those guys at bay and let them do their own thing and worry about who's behind him and worry about his immediate competition as far as Super 3 is concerned. Here comes Brenton Hobson to pit lane. So too David Kirby, Jason Spriggs, Aidan Kale, and Tim Nickel. Greg Favell leads in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. 15 minutes gone, 10 to go, 5 laps to go. It is a special extended edition of Monday Night Motorsport starting rather early for you. Platforms of the Gentlemen's Sim Racing Club. Good thing I haven't caught up on Thursday night's home and away yet. It'll be a quadruple for me tomorrow. On the lounge whilst drinking a cup of coffee.
So 10.8 for Hobbo. 10.8 for Hobbo. Keep that in the memory bank.
That is an extraordinarily quick stop. He's done well.
These guys coming all together. Here we go.
Look at the log jam.
Anything I'm saying? I think it's Angus Lawford in the background. Join in.
So in all of that, still a fair few drivers to stop. So, I mean, Greg Favell, Trent Allen, Chris Stark, Dale Jeffries, and Eduardo Zamora, who's 3rd place at the moment in Super 3. That'll change, obviously, once those guys come and transit the lane. Aidan Schultz yet to stop. Greg Spencer yet to stop. Brett Bradbury yet to stop. All those guys running long. Colin Bennett and Ambo Adam St. John, the same boat. So, not much in the way of big incidents or multiple car incidents so far, which will make race control's job rather easy. Not sure what's about to unfold when we get to Interlargos tonight, but it's a good-looking calendar this championship season. Week 1 came and by in a flash, really, and already.
I think I'm pretty sure Favell's going to want to stop this lap. He's coming around the last corner now, but he's got enough traffic ahead of him. So he's probably want to get in the pits and dodge that bullet and try and cover off. He's in, try and cover off Alpine.
Yeah. So Favell comes to pit lane. Will Trent Allen go with him and Chris Stark as well? We'll wait and see. They're so far down the road from Favell, it's not funny. Look at Aidan Schultz. Oh, that's bold around the outside of Kurt Chapman. Couldn't get it done. That was Chapman around the outside, my apologies. And Schultz was trying to go down the inside. still bold. Those two side by side this late in the piece. Good to see more of it though. Favell, Alan Stark, all to pit road. Hobson coming down. Oh, he's done it as well. I reckon he's done it. Brenton Hobson, well and truly out in front as only Hobbo can. Greg Favell is 4.5 seconds behind now. The pit lane sequence changes everything.
That'll perk up Greg's ears. Like,
where did he lose that 4.5 seconds more point?
Well, he lost one and a bit in the stop itself, but the other 3.5, that's in the out lap through transit.
Fair enough. There's Michael Hammond now. Under pressure from Ryan Howe. Howe to the right. To put himself on the outside for 5. Hammond to the inside. Holding on. Pushing Howe out wide. Contact. Hammond gets the job done with the run up on the inside. Whoa, no! Oh no! Contact again! And this time Hammond gets fed across the face of Howe and into the grass. And I dare say he's in trouble. I wouldn't want to be Ryan Howe post-race, just quite. I think Hammond might have a few words that he might want to say to Ryan. We'll have to have another look at that because that was an interesting incident. The way in which it unfolded. We knew they were close. We knew it was tight, but yeah. When you're supposed to go left and you go right, one has to ask how much contact and how physical was it. Here we go, up the short chute between 5 and 6. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'd be a little bit disappointed if I was Michael Hammond right now, but then again, did Ryan have anywhere to go, really?
Sure. Mikey was squeezing a little bit too as well. Mikey, and also,
yeah.
Also look like Ryan lost the rears going into that thing as well. So
all those circumstances, been joined together to give us that result. So yeah, as I was saying, when we're live next from July 29 onwards, folks, for that 2-week period where we've got weeknight motorsport offerings Monday, Thursday, Friday. Make sure you've got your dual screen setups, your triple screen setups. Just maybe relocate to a bar for the night. I don't know. Watch the GSRC action. Watch 2 channels of the Olympics coverage.
Pass for the
9
kick.
and 9. And whoa, that's incredible commitment from Aaron Russell. I can't say I'm surprised. That is ballsy from Russell to fire it down the inside at one of the fastest and most dangerous points for trip-ups around this racetrack. That is insane. Mate, I always come up with good ideas in this commentary box. You should know that. You've been here when we tried to solve the world's problems. Whoa. I thought for a moment we were going to be going 3 wide there. Michael Schreider coming up on the inside of Aaron Russell. Brendan Griffiths not too far back. Across the line we go. 9 gone, 3 to go. Absolutely. GSRC at the bar. That's my idea of fun. Maybe you got to be careful with your selection of the bar, though. Want to find the right crowd, 4 minutes to go. Hobson, the leader, out and clear by 3 seconds over Favell, Kirby, Spriggs and Nickel. Kirby, Spriggs and Nickel. Now here goes Russell for the run. He wants that position back. It was 18th. He'd want 17th back on Michael Schroeder here down the outside. Schroeder's going to hold sway, hold the line. Whoa, big one in behind. That was Brendan Griffiths in too deep and sacrificed himself. Oh boy. Hobson, Favell, Kirby, Spriggs, Nickel and Lawford the top 6 at the moment. Jake Slade 20th. We've picked this battle pack up, and he's got good company in the form of Anthony Cuthbertson, Stephen Varga, Lorne McKee. 3 minutes from home, and Hobbo will start the second last lap right now. So he'll come home back to the start-finish line with about 48 seconds on the clock and see the white flag next time by the post.
Third place definitely isn't settled yet.
No, definitely not, because it's 3 deep. This battle, look at Tim Nicol latching onto the back of it, all over Spriggs. Spriggs trying to go by with Kirby here, toe to toe. 3, 4, and 5, clean stuff. I'm surprised at how clean it has been, to be honest. With that number of cars on the racetrack, I mean, yeah, sure, we've had a rate of attrition. Brady Baldwin, the latest retirement. Dale Sharp, Dane Snadden, Adam Proctor, Patrick Colonel, Gary Wellman, Liam Amos, all on the back burner here. Whoa, here we go. Locked up on the run to 5. They all get away with it. There were 60 in the server. Josh Zuno makes a good point.
58 starters.
Watching and visit the non-starters, 58 starters. And of those, 51 are still running. 51 are still running. So we haven't even lost 20% of the field. The attrition hasn't been all that bad at all. So round we go once more. It's Hobson, it's Favell, it's Kirby, it's Spriggs, it's Nicol, it's Lawford, it's Kale, Howe, Green, and Court in the top 10.
To be fair,
Howard's in the top 10 having a good run.
To be fair to Favell, he's halved the gap. It's down to 2.2.
And that right there highlights or illustrates the point, Adam Lavis, how vitally important it is to get everything right on pit lane. Hobbo did that tonight. It's made all the difference. Lorne McKee, locked up, was going himself, but whoever it was behind him at the time finished the job for him. 1:21 to go. Down the inside, Joe Baldwin on David Christensen. Whoa, contact between the teammates! Contact between the teammates! What on earth is going on here? Joe, of course, promoted up into Super 2 in recent times. What on earth was that? Fine margins, fine lines between pleasure and pain, and those boys have shown that. Up onto the main straight. Hobson's 1 lap from home. I don't think Barney's waving a flag. I'm not sure he's allowed to in a replay.
Well, he does sometimes, but I guess it's broken.
Down the inside. So Kirby holds sway. Spriggs and Nicol right there. You get the feeling that this is where the race for the final spot on the podium is going to be won and lost, this opening sector. Unless someone's brave enough to fire it down the inside somewhere like Canada Corner. The run down the back straight. Kirby holding on for dear life here. And defending to the inside. Briggs down the outside. Kirby's smart enough. He's played this game many, many, many times before. He knows the supercar well. He knows exactly where to place it. In around mid-track, out wide, covered off the up and under. Slightly impacted the momentum for Spriggs to get the run. But at the front, it's all Brenton Hobson and Greg Favell. 2.1 the margin, as Adam Lavis alluded to. But Greg Favell will live to fight another day. It's not going to be his night here. Synergy Sim Racing in the form of Brenton Hobson.
It's not going to be his night last week. Still could be his night here tonight.
Yeah, true. Although we are calling last week as live, so yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah.
We already broke that illusion at the start.
True. Round they come onto the main straight here. Brenton Hobson back on the platforms of the GSRC, back on the top step of the podium, back in the winner's circle. Hobson too good. Pavel second, but as we've seen with him already in 2024, consistency wins championships, not outright race wins. Greg Favell second, David Kirby held off, Jason Spriggs and Tim Nichols third and fourth, and fifth, and then Angus Lawford comes home sixth. Seventh for Aidan Kale, Ryan Howe, Jaden Green, Alex Court, Ashley makes up at the top 11 in all of that. Trent Allen, Michael Hammond, Kurt Chapman and Chris Stark back to 15th, and Starkey wins the Super 3 split. How about that? Good stuff.
A little bit of Herbal 1-2 finish there. Or, well, not 1-2 exactly right. You know, the position, but not in class. But yeah, Starkey with a class win. Good on him.
I just realised we've got about 8 minutes to catch my breath before we do it all again. Excellent. How about that?
Here's one perk to replays. We can do the results straight away.
Yes, although one little typo there. It was only 25 minutes. It felt like 45. There was that much going on. Brenton Hobson, 2 seconds to the good on Greg Favell, David Kirby, Jason Spriggs, Tim Nicol, Angus Lawford, Aidan Kale, Ryan Howe, Jaden Green, Alex Court made up the top 10. That's, of course, Super 2. We'll keep going. Ashley, Trent Allen, Michael Hammond, caught up in drama, of course, Kurt Chapman, Ryan Tegel, Aaron Russell, Jake Slade, Michael Schroeder, Stephen Varga, and Brandon Griffiths took us back to 20th. There were 32 in total, which left us with 26 in the Super 3 split. Chris Stark, the winner of that, quite comfortably in the end. Questions might be asked about whether he's in Super 3 or Super 2 going forward as well. Anthony Cuthbertson second. Mark McNamara, Raiden Schultz, Philip Butler, Shane Newens, Dale Jeffries, Greg Spencer, Tim Fuge, Kurt Nomenson, and Pete Natson, with David Lawler, Brett Bradbury, Eduardo Zamora, and Jason Tierman making up the top 15. Sean McClure, Tristan Koch, Nigel Patton, Colin Bennett, James Hardy made up the 20. Beyond that, Adam Johnson and Adam Ambos and John got home in 21st and 22nd. Cade Donnelly was 23rd. Everybody else non-finishers. Hernal, Wellman, and Amos. And as far as the Super 2 split was concerned, it was retirements for Brady Baldwin, Dale Sharp, Dane Snadden, and Adam Proctor. And they had 25 cars finish on the lead lap. Sam Stride, David Christensen, and Blake Fitz a lap down. A break? All right, done. On that subject, thank you, Adam Lavis. Appreciate that. We'll get out of this server right here and now. We invite you to stick around, though. Same stream, no change required here. This is not 7 Mate or 7 Plus. We are staying with you on this broadcast. We're going to take a break. Merch.tgsrci.com. Super 2 and Super 3 continuing on the other side when we actually go not just commentary live, but race live as well from the Interlargos circuit in Brazil. Round 2 of the championship in just a few moments. just like that. The server change, the continent change, complete for you. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. And there is a fair bit of continent hopping involved in tonight's triple treat for you. Our attention now turns to the Interlargos circuit in Sao Paulo, Brazil, home of the Brazilian Formula One Grand Prix for round 2 of the merch.tg GSRC.inc Super 2 and Super 3 series. And I've got news for you, ladies and gentlemen, right off the top. We were mightily impressed by the turnout last time out with Super 2 and Super 3 at Road America with 60 in the server. Tonight, we've got 60 again. It is completely and utterly chock-a-block full. 60 cars in the server. This will be extraordinary and exceptionally busy out there on the racetrack once we do get going. Nice to have you along for the ride. Zach Cabe and Adam Lavis with you, and we are now live in every sense of the word. The production of the commentary was live a few moments ago, but the racing was on a 1-week delay. And with apologies to our Queensland audience for the immediate nightmare that word delay triggers as well. 10 o'clock in the morning, server time here, July 15, 2024. 1 kilometre an hour winds pointing in the very much southerly direction at this point. Yeah, mate, I'm hearing you. I hope his computer doesn't go as well, and I'm hoping that our racing goes by unimpeded. Although that being said, I reckon there'll be a conversation tomorrow about having separate servers for Super 2 and Super 3 next week. Can we just bring back the track conditions, please, Adam? Not the map per se, but the track conditions, because I need to get rid of Zuno's comment there. 24 degrees and 21 degrees. 21 the ambient, 24 the on-track temperature at the moment. Righto, let's go to championship points. We'll have a quick chat with David Kirby in a moment if time permits here. He is standing by on the server. He is standing by in the booth. He is going to join us for some in-race comments if the race does enable us to go to him, if it tames down a little bit along the way here, and we're looking forward to that immensely. It's been a while since we've had in-race reporting here. We trust Kirby not to swear on air, though. 62 for Brenton Hobson, top of time at the moment, top of the championship standings. 56 for Greg Favell, 49 for David Kirby, 45 for Jason Spriggs, and 43 for Tim Nicol. Quickly to Super 3. Chris Stark, 63, 55 for Anthony Cuthbertson, Aidan Schultz, 48, Philip Butler, 45, Shane Newens, 43. Grid looks like this. It's Brenton Hobson and Brady Baldwin on the front row, Lawford and Favell the second. Connor Nixon's back, and Lewis Greathead's here as well. They're row 3, a couple of new names already this week. Alex Court, Jason Spriggs, David Kirby, Jake Slade make up the top 10. Row 6 is Tim Nichols, Stephen Vargas, 7, Mark Horton, Trent Allen, 8, Law McKee, Kurt Chapman, 9, Greg Spencer, Adam Proctor, 10, Sam Stride, and Sean Van der Meulen. Of course, Brooksy. Who did I have there? Spencer will be the best of the... I knew it was one of the Gregs. Spencer will be the best of the Super 3 split. Sorry about that, Adam. Continue on. Row 11, Michael Hammond, Nathan Norman. Row 12, Dane Snowden, Aaron Russell. Row 13, Sean McClure, Blake Fitz. Row 14, Craig Mason, Anthony Cuthbertson. Row 15, Ashley Lear and David Christensen. 16 is Brooks and Davidson. 17 is Baldwin and Griffiths. 18, Donnelly and Stark. 19, Jeffries and Zamora. 20 is Schultz and Fuge. And still they come. Mark Mac, have a look at them. Round the corner. Halfway back to the second intermediate. Mark McNamara, Aaron Bryan from 21. Shane Newens, Philip Butler from 22. Colin Bennett, Daniel Snedden from 23. Jason Tierman, Kurt Novenson from 24. Pete Madsen, Nigel Patton from row 25. 26 is where you'll find David Lawler, Tristan Koch. 27, Liam Amos, James Hardy. 28, Lachlan Thomas and Chris Tomlin. 29, Adam Johnson and Tim Watson. We've got a couple there.
I believe Watson's in race control.
Watson's in race control. Okay, so there'll be one more there that we haven't quite caught. Brett Bradbury, maybe. 59. Okay, what an enormous sight that is.
And Visa.
What an incredible... Thank you, Adam Lavis. What an incredible sight this is. Carnage awaits. Round 2 of the Super 2 and Super 3 series over 25 minutes from the Interlargos circuit in Brazil. They burn out across the main straight, all wide in some places. On the run down to turn 1, and this is where the road tightens up. Thankfully, one car off, but to the inside. Another car in trouble there, but Blinky built its way through. Now the carnage starts. Bang. 3 cars off the road. Michael Hammond trying to rejoin. Car park at turn 2.
That's definitely not as clean as last week.
Definitely not as bad as I was anticipating either. 60 of them. This is ridiculous. 59 to be precise. Philip Butler's dropped to the back of the field with Adam Johnson. Down the inside, that's Alex Court going to 4th. Up 3 spots already is Courty. Hobson leads away from Baldwin, Lawford, Court, Nixon, Spriggs, Nickel, Varga, Kirby and Horton the top 10. Side by side, Chapman and Greathead and Allen. Nothing in this early on. This is huge. Already some sledging in the comment section with regards to people who might or might not need an appointment with Specsavers after the fact. John Simpson, I'm cheering anyone in a club supporter livery. That'll be Brenton Hobson. He's got club colours flying at the moment. On the main straight we go. Another lap in the books. Alex Court, 4th. Holding off Connor Nixon. Whoa! Nixon and Court have come together. Court's on the grass. Good save, good recovery from the boy from the Upper Isle. How on earth did he save that? Wild moment for Alex Court. Connor Nixon, forceful and aggressive in the early stages. And into 4th. Shane Ewan's in trouble early. Let's have a look at this.
Oh, someone ahead. No, someone ahead.
Oh, wow. 1, 2, 3, caught up. Oh. Hold your brakes. Jeez. How they haven't declared the safety card yet is beyond me. Shane Ewans. Eduardo Zamora was caught up in the incident. Oh, it was a rejoin.
It's Brooks. That's Brooks. Yeah, Gregory Brooks went wide in the grass.
Brooksy, Bradbury, Zamora all caught up. Adam Johnson's on pit road as well. Oh dear.
Oh,
already a couple of retirements.
It's a CNG Synsport 1 too. Look out.
Brady Baldwin. Although, yeah, actually, I
fix that.
Noticed that. You're right. High Octane Simsport is showing us his team name on my time.
He recently changed teams.
He has recently switched over. You're right. Oh boy. And that's our mate David Kirby, unfortunately, just dropping out of the broadcast for England for the moment. We'll have a chat with him shortly. Hopefully. At the moment, it's very hectic out there. He's sitting in 9th. It's extraordinarily hectic out there. Brains aren't engaged. No, it's more than that. It's that we're not used to seeing 60 cars on anywhere but maybe Road America or Mount Panorama on a 4.3 kilometre circuit when the lap times are a minute 33. Yeah, it is going to be hairy out there. Yep, you're right though. Josh, no doubt about that. The road just tightens up. Nice to see that no one's been mean enough to feed any of their opponents into the wall on the exit of turn 3, like I would on the AI competitors on Formula 123 and the Codemasters in EA Sports PS5 platforms. Brett Bradbury just telling us that the internet has carked itself again. Has it settled down? Michael Hammond there in 28th at the moment. So Hammond's been caught up in some drama early on. Adam Lavis's replay radar must be absolutely chopping.
You know, at the start it was going so fast I couldn't even read it, so it's calmed down now.
And I can tell you that out of the 60 that started, there are, or 59 that started, there are 6 that have already reported pit lane. Only 6. That's extraordinary. three of whom have parked up. Adam Johnson, Eduardo Zamora, Brett Bradley. So quite a few, well, 3 retirements already, and we're on lap 4. If we lose one a lap, it's a fair race of attrition, no doubt about that. Have a look at Angus Lawford down the inside, trying to get by Connor Nixon, wasn't able to do so. So Lawford has got by Court in the last couple of laps. Spriggs is up 2 spots, Nichols up 4. Big movers include Ash Lear up 10 spots, Tim Fuge up 15. 10 also for Aidan Schultz, 16 for Daniel Snedden, 19 for Lachlan Thomas, 14 for David Law, 11 for Liam Amos, and 14 gained for Wayne Visser. They're all your gains early in the piece. Dare I say it, I think now's as good a time as any. I just need to work out where he is on the racetrack and who's battling with him, and if, no. I was going to drag David Kirby in and have a chat to him, but I'm going to leave him alone for the moment because he's got 1, 2, 3 cars right on his clacker. Here he is. He's got Mark Horton for company. Oh, jeez. He's actually been able to gap those guys. There you go. Ambo missed it tonight. There's a few that are in the same boat. Don't worry about that. Kirby's 9th. He's actually now put 1.6 seconds between Horton, McKee, and Greathead. And if those 3 continue to duke it out, and that's going to be the Kirby's advantage. Yeah, 1.78 second advantage right now, which means I can bring him in because the pressure's been relieved a little bit. David, good evening. Nice to have you on board, mate. I just waited until you were more than a second ahead of the chasing pack, mate. What a frantic start.
Yeah, it was a bit full on. How are we, Zach? Adam, how are we, boys? Good?
Very well, mate. And you?
Yeah, good for a Monday. So good to be back in racing in gents. It's been a minute. So
and nice to see you back too, mate. We know that you've got a fair bit of time for this particular car. We know that you still race just about any opportunity you can get in these cars. Firstly, let's talk about Road America. What a great start to the campaign for you there with the podium finish.
Yeah, it was good. I was sort of hanging on to Hobbo and Greg there in the early stages, and then I went long down at turn 5, so sort of allowed Spriggsy to catch back up on me, and then that was just a full-on dogfight for the entire rest of the race, so that was a lot of fun.
Indeed, and qualifying so far, mate, I mean, 9th, it's nothing to turn your nose up at in a 60-car field, but it does make it difficult to try and press forward when the race is so short.
Yeah, it does. Look, I'm not a big fan of around here, to be honest. So we do the official on a Tuesday night to sort of get ready for the kind of the week ahead, so they just sort of have a run, and it's good. We've been getting like 2 splits across that Tuesday night official, and it's a really good turnout each week. Then another series, we had veterans run on a Thursday night, and both nights were pretty horrendous, so I decided to give Scops a miss this round and jump back in here tonight for a bit of fun and mix it up with Gentleman Sim Racing Club.
Hold the phone, mate. I'm coming back to you. Brady Baldwin being hung out to dry. Involved in contact coming through turn 3 a few moments ago.
That was a massive net code.
Second down to 13th. And now is fighting in the thick of it with Horton, Greathead, Chapman, who you've just broken clear of, Paul McKee and Brady Baldwin. And you would have driven by the stranded Baldwin in the shot there a few moments ago. John Simpson commenting exactly what Adam Davis said. Yeah.
I would have waved to him if I knew it was him.
An enormous net code. Now that's to your benefit, mate, because it's now showing +1 next to your name. And now we wish you the best pressing forward. What's the strategy here, mate? Because we can just see Trent Allen, Stephen Vargas, Sean Vandermeulen, Blake Fitz, David Christensen all making their way onto pit lanes. So strategy is going to be interesting here, but I get the feeling that whatever way you go about it, you're going to be stuck in traffic at some point.
Yeah, I think so. I think I'd have to have a look to see where I'm going to come out if I was to stop now. It looks like right in the thick of it. Yeah, right behind the 868 pack. So in front of the 1 car pack currently. So might give it a minute or two.
And I was going to say, with regards to Scops, mate, I mean, does these 25-minute hit-outs, they're a breeze at the park in comparison, are they not?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, Scops involves, 3 nights of pre-qual just to make the 64 car field for the race for the night. And then, if you're up the front of split 2 at the end and top 3 advance into split 1, so you potentially do another race or 2 there as well. So, but it's good fun. It really pushes you to the limit. Obviously, the likes of Hobbo, Connor Nixon, who else we got? Brady Baldwin, all run Scops and Pro Series and whatever. So, whenever you can get racing with those sort of guys and that calibre of a driver, it's always going to benefit you.
So that was a bit of detail you missed there at the start. That was Greg Favell, last week's second place man that had that spin in turn 1. He's now currently down running 17th in class. He hasn't completed his pit stop. We're at the end of lap 7. He's coming around to complete that right now. Kurt Chapman and Craig Mason are on pit road. Brenton Hobson has the fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 33.233. Can't wait to catch up with him very shortly. We've got David Kirby reporting in car for us right now, running 6th at the moment. But obviously, the strategy of this race is still playing out before our eyes. If you're not a fan of Interlargos, mate, what do you make of the rest of the calendar?
Yeah, pretty good. I think, what is it, Daytona next week or something, I think. Haven't had a good chance to look at it properly. But from what I can see, a lot of it's following the official calendar this season, so which is good. And being on a Monday night too, sort of at the back of the week, done all the other leagues, etc., and then come in on a Monday and kick the week off with a bit of a race. And the good thing is they're 25-minute short little sprints. Obviously with a pit stop, unless you can fuel save. I was going to give that a go tonight, but I thought, why not? It's probably possible, but not now. But no, look, it's good fun, man. And like I said earlier, it's so good to be racing back with gents. To see 2 weeks in a row now with 60 car fields, absolutely massive. And it's credit to the club and how far along they've come as well over the last 4 or 5 years.
Indeed it is. We are at the half race distance marker, ladies and gentlemen. 12 and a half down, 12 and a half to go. It's 13 minutes gone now as they cross the line. You've got Greathead there at 8th spot. You've got McKee behind him. Baldwin, Horton, Stride, Lear have all made their way to pit lane. So when you say the end of the week here, as in the start of our week, does that mean that you will immediately have a look at Daytona tomorrow night, Dave?
Correct, yeah. So we'll be straight into Daytona tomorrow with the start of the new iRacing week. So we'll be jumping in that 8:15 official on the supercar and everything like that. So, and it's good. We're getting a lot of guys coming in, a lot of top quality, I think, last week. And this is just a bit of a guide of how fierce it can be on a Tuesday now. The strength of field for last week's race was 4,500. So, yeah. Which, if anybody knows what strength of field means, your I rating and everything, that's right up there.
Indeed it is. There's Kurt Nomanson, 11th in Super 3 at the moment. And you can see the totem pole on the left-hand side of your screen there, folks. Connor Nixon, Lewis Greathead, and you know that Tim Watson's in race control. So Nixon and Greathead will no doubt find themselves in Super 2 from next week. You've got Jake Slade saying that 2 split servers also needs to happen. Well, we're waiting for those calls, but the club had to wait until we saw if this type of turnout was going to be consistent before they even bothered with that trouble. What a save from Cade Donnelly. Through the downhill left-hander. I don't know how he made that happen. I don't know how he held it. That's insane. But yes, no, those conversations will be had next week. Because you don't want... You'd hate to see nothing more than you go to the effort of setting up 2 splits and you end up with, a dozen cars in each. We needed to see if last week wasn't just a one-off occurrence or a novelty. It has happened before, but the numbers in supercars are clearly strong at the moment. Here's Brendan Griffiths down the outside at 1, being passed through turn 2, twice in fact. And Chris Stark has come to pit lane at this point in time.
Don't tell anybody, but I'm going to stop this lap.
Okay, you've only told
Yeah,
the audience at home, but that's okay. We won't
No, that's
say
right. No, it's just between you and I. What are you talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Is now actually no. So something must have gone wrong there with Starkey. Whether we need to have a look at that. It's only just showing him now. It was showing him his lap 10. It's now showing him corrected on lap 9. So Stark filled us back out where he should normally be. Hobson is in. So Hobbo must have read your line, Curbs. Nixon, Court, Kirby, great head. The top 3 are all in, and Kirby's going to follow. We're at the 10-lap marker. We're at the 16-minute marker here, ladies and gentlemen. And that'll give us, well, I reckon 6 laps from here as well to the line. So that would get us to 16 laps in 25 minutes, with a little bit of overtime attached to that, of course. The 9 minutes has started counting down before Brenton Hobson has left the pit lane. So it'll be somewhere in that 25th minute in which Hobbo gets back to the line to see the white flag. Brady Baldwin there in 14th, firing it down the inside, forceful. Can he hold it? No. Up and under? Yes. Have a look at it. Side-by-side drag race. Brady Baldwin's 13th. Around the outside. What about that? On Aiden Schultz, who is, as it stands, before the pit lane sequence finishes playing out and the field is cleansed, currently the front runner in Super 3. Sam Stroud around the outside. Up on his inside is Trent Allen. They're all over Mark Horton like a cheap suit. They've gone around some lap traffic along the way.
Oh, Jimmy's in trouble.
How do we do that? Now, Curbs, let's have a look at this. You've come back out in 11th. There were only 3 cars ahead of you that haven't stopped, so that's about right. You haven't gained or lost anything based on that. And a smooth stop, mate, 10.27 seconds, which seems to be the average sort of time in the box there. Silly not to take a fresh set of rubber and have a crack in the final few laps.
Yeah, that's it. I actually don't think it took tyres. Hey, I did take tyres. Hang on, sorry.
You're right, mate.
He's just got a couple of QPR cars in front of him, keeping him busy.
Yeah, a little bit.
All right, so what we'll do, because we're watching it now, we've got Timmy Nicol there, we've got Stephen Varga, and we've got you. We're going to let you concentrate on this.
You're good. You're good.
I was going to say, if you want me to put you back in the green room, we can. Just let me know.
Do your thing. That's right.
All right. Okay. No worries. Hobson, Nixon caught the top 3 at the moment. Hobbo not being caught at a 2.2-second advantage. On track for 2 from 2. Greg Favell, where did he get back to in all of that? Because we were trying to work it out. He's 25th at the moment, and it all comes back to what happened at the first corner. And 22nd in class, 25th outright. My goodness gracious me. However, I think it's fair to say that we can call it 24th outright, can we not, Adam Lavis? I mean, Nixon and Greathead look like they're
most
straight
likely
into Super 2, surely.
I think Connor already is. I just haven't, because he just rejoined the club last week, so I haven't set him up. Whereas Connor's already in Super 2. But yeah, the other guy definitely looks like he's going to be Super 2 material.
Oh, Blake Fitz being squeezed and passed by Michael Hammond. Next target for Hammond is Aaron Russell. 5.5 minutes on the clock. 4 laps to go. Hobson punches out the fastest lap of the night. 133.101. 3 laps to go next time by the line for Brenton Hobson. We're going to 16. Good to see, even though the voice box isn't firing on all cylinders tonight, at least the calculator. Don't want to spend too long in the post-race show tonight if we can help it either, boys. 300th episode of Have You Been Paying Attention at 9 o'clock on Network 10. I might go and watch that before I go to bed, I think.
Thought it would have been a home and away special or something.
Oh, mate, I'm 4 episodes behind. Don't talk to me. I'm a little bit narky about that. I'm 4 episodes behind. I did all this great work to try and catch up and get back on pace. and then last weekend. So, yeah, 4 episodes behind. And I'll probably drop further behind during the Olympics, but that's okay.
Hoppo doing his best tension impersonation, setting fastest laps into the race here.
Exactly. See, Hobson and Dench, we call them the benchmarks or the benchmarks of the club for the reason that they just pop up, do their thing, and make it look so bloody easy. David Kirby sits 8th. He's chasing Stephen Varga. Timmy Nichols broken somewhat a little bit clear of those guys. Brady Baldwin's on the comeback, trailing 9th at the moment, under pressure from Kurt Chapman and Lewis Greathead.
Might have Varga here, maybe.
Copy. A run down the main straight. The run into turn 1. Let's ride with David Kirby. We're on board with you now, mate. No pressure. Down the inside. Got him. Under brakes to 1. Can he get across and cover it off? Varga wants to hold tough around the outside to put himself on the inside for 2. Can't do it. Kirby covered it off. Oh, precision driving from the man from up north. Brilliant. Lewis Greathead there in 11th spot has just had a little bit of a moment off track. Rejoins in 11th. Kurt Chapman is now 10th. Brady Baldwin is 9th. And Kirby is up to a lucky P7. Up 2 on where he started. Connor Nixon up 3. Alex Court. Jason Spriggs up 3. Tim Nicol up 5. David Kirby up 2. Stephen Varga up 4. And Brady Baldwin's dropped 7 spots, but that's been well documented why. We saw it live. And Kurt Chapman up 6 spots. That's your top 10. Lap traffic now becoming a factor, and I guess that's the other pitfall, Curbs. I mean, terrific, mate, to see so many people wanting to have a race in these cars, and terrific. Oh, no, more trouble. Greg Favell has got through, luckily, but Michael Hammond was not so lucky. Drama at the back end of the lap. Another incident. I mean, there hasn't been much in the way of bent and broken cars tonight, like written off cars, but that is still somewhat disappointing for Michael Hammond. But yeah, going back to what Curbs was, I was going to ask you, mate, that's the pitfall, isn't it? It's only a 25-minute race, but with the size of the field and the drama within, yes, it's great to see so many cars on the circuit. Yes, it's great to see so many cars of this type and drivers wanting to race this series and these cars, but it does bring about the pitfall that is dealing with lap traffic only in a 25-minute race.
Yeah, look, the lap traffic's fine. You know, as long as they know the rules and you know, the etiquette and everything around the blue flags, then it's not an issue. As the car that's obviously coming through to pass, you've just got to have a little bit of patience. Don't push your way through, because you're going to ruin your race and their race. So have a bit of patience. They'll move out of the way when safe to do so. And as long as they're doing that, then I don't have a problem with lap traffic. I think it's good fun, good battle. It can help you. It can either disadvantage you as well. So it can go both ways.
Yeah, it can. Whoa! Mark Horton with the big send. Locked it up on the inside. Elbows out to try and get by Sam Stride. Sam Stride. No, yes, back down the inside. Got him. And who's that in behind him? Trent Allen wanting a piece of this as well. We've got a 3-way fight for 13th. The white flags in the air. Brenton Hobson's on the way home. The clock's about to expire. We're 1 minute from time. These guys are going to duke it out all the way to the line. .48 seconds on the clock. A 3-way fight for 13th of all places.
Black flag for Greg.
Greg Favell, a black flag. Wow.
It's unfortunate.
When your night starts bad and finishes bad.
Yeah.
When it started with that spin at turn 1 and he plummeted down the order, you just knew the only way was down. It wasn't going to get any better.
Is that an iRacing black flag or an RC black flag?
Thumbs it up.
RC, mate.
Oh, wow. Ooh. Okay, what for? Oh, here we go. Here's Horton.
Oh!
Stride. Oh, no! Stride's been put into the wall! Stride and Horton have come together! Stride in the wall on the approach to turn 4. I mean, yes, there was a bit of squeezing going on. There was a bit of argy-bargy, and neither one of them wanted to yield. It is the last lap, I don't blame them. And Horton wanted the inside, and Stride wouldn't let him have it. As he was moving back across to go up the outside, he's just fed him. How do you like Armco for dinner on a Monday night? Rare, medium, or well done? Have a look at this. Oh. Brenton Hobson's your race winner, ladies and gentlemen. We've missed that, but here he comes across the line on replay to take the checkered flag. Hobbo, 2 from 2 in the merch.tgsrc.com Supercar Championship in Super 2. Job done. 2 from 2. Connor Nixon in for second. Angus Lawford third. Alex Court. Jason Spriggs. Tim Nicol. Kirby held on for 7th. Stephen Varga. Brady Baldwin and Lewis Braidhead for top 10. The rest of the field make their way around to finish this off. And my voice box is on Struggle Street right now. So much happening out there. It was extraordinary. The winner of Super 3, I think you'll find, was Sean McClure, if I'm reading that right, from Locked Up Sim Sport. And Ant Cuthbertson came through for second, while Greg Spencer was third.
Well, that was fun.
It certainly looked like it, mate. Hey, well done on at least, I mean, yep, sure, not your favourite circuit. You were upfront and honest about that. Not necessarily an ideal starting position in 9th, but at least you went forward. There are a lot of people not in the same boat.
Yeah, no, it was fun. And just touching on the whole lap traffic thing as well, like that last lap, 10-12, there almost cost me a position because lap traffic. But like I said, you know, sometimes you get the win from them, sometimes you don't, but I was able to hang on. But I'll have to go back and have a look at my stream that you commentated my pass on Varga there into turn 1. It was pretty good. That's a first.
Being in the booth, as I've called it live. Yeah, absolutely. Kurt Nomenson's about to join us here as well. We're looking forward to that. We've got Connor Nixon jumping on in, and so too Angus Lawford. Kurt, stay with me because we've got the results up there on screen at the moment. 0.9 the winning margin at the end, so Connor Nixon really pushed Holo to the limit there at the back end of proceedings. We'll get his thoughts on that in a tick. Can't wait to chat to the great man Brenton Hobson as well. Just a reminder for everybody tuning in at home, we're about an hour and a half in to a double dose of supercars on a Monday night on the platforms of Gentlemen Sim Racing Club. Night 1 of week 2 of term 3 for you. The 1, the 2, the 3 all lining up very nicely there. We've got a double header of GT3 coming up very shortly from Brands Hatch in the United Kingdom. We'll bring you the AM split race first up, the Pro split race second up, and we're told that rain is on the way to Great Britain tonight as well, so be prepared for that. Chris Stark's here, Connor Nixon's here, Kurt Nomenson's here, and Angus Lawford, but we'll stick with David Kirby as we remind everybody, sorry Curbs, bum steer here. Let's have a look at the Super 3 results if we can, please, Adam Lavis. I should run through them first up before we get into any of the analysis here. Sean McClure did get the job done, and quite comfortably. 16 seconds to the good on Cuthbertson, Spencer, Fuge, Stark, Lawler, Tierman, Schultz, Amos, Tomlin, the top 10. And McNamara 11th, everybody else a lap down. But to the top 20, everybody's still on track. You go outside, Wayne Visser was still on track. Cade Donnelly was a retirement, but Troy Davidson, Lachlan Thomas, Brett Bradbury, Eduardo Zamora and Adam Johnson, all retirements from the pro split. Fair rate of attrition tonight. Michael Hammond, a late retirement, 3 laps down. Dane Snadden, Troy Davidson, Daniel Snedden, I should say, and Jake Slade. Chris Stark and David Kirby, I'll start with you two because I want to finish with Curbs. Let's remind everybody of the calendar, please, Adam Lavis, as we fire up the highlights here. Next week, Curbs was 100% spot on. We are going to Daytona, July 22, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Then on to Monza, Imola, Road Atlanta, on to Fuji with no chicane, the Cup configuration of Watkins Glen, and the Red Bull Ring and Mount Panorama. So, I mean, if anything, Interlargos has prepared us well because for the Red Bull Ring and Mount Panorama at the back end of the season, and Watkins Glen is fast as well. But the middle races here, Curbs, these are going to be very interesting, mate. we love Monza. Daytona can sometimes deliver a snore, but that's only because it's the road course. If we let you loose on the oval, by G, it'll be entertaining. Imola will be interesting too, and Fuji. But other than that, I mean, I look at that calendar and I'm excited for what's ahead.
Yeah, no, it looks good. Actually, now just sitting here looking at it proper. Yeah, look, it's a banger of a calendar moving forward. So, and obviously finishing off on the mountain for that mini enduro, which will be good. But no, look, really looking forward to it. Daytona always goes pretty good in the supercar, especially drafting down around the banking and everything as well. And if you can nail the infield right, you're bound to move forward.
Indeed. And I guess with 2 consistent results in your back pocket now, that sets you up quite nicely for the rest of the season, mate. I mean, you know that Hobbo's going to be there. You know that tonight was, a blip in the road for Greg Favell, but who else are you worried about? And what are your aspirations in terms of a championship finishing result here now that you've pocketed 2 top 10 finishes first up?
Look, if I can do... How many rounds are there? 10?
Yep.
Oh, if I can do all 10 rounds, that'll be a win in itself.
Yes.
But no, look, just looking for... It's all about coming in, having some fun, mixing it up with all the boys here and girls, if there are any. But, Connor's done well tonight. Obviously, Brady bounced back from last week. Greg's gone the other way from last week. Hobbo's always going to be there or thereabouts up the front. So, but, if Connor or Brady and Greg as well can take it to Hobbo, that'll be good. I'm sure Hobbo probably wouldn't want to go back to Charlotte. Can we put that on the Roval? Because I still remember that one. But looking forward to it. It's good to be, like I said, through the race. It's good to be back in gents. It's where it all started about 4 years ago when I first started sim racing. So it's good to come back and have some fun. And like I said, I'm happy to jump in the com box each week and have a chat through the race. So.
And we look forward to doing that with you each week as well, mate. Thank you for that. We'll let you go and focus on Daytona. As you say, you'll get a look at that tomorrow night, so you'll be well prepared for it by this time next week, mate. Appreciate you stopping by as always.
Nah, not a problem. Daytona can wait. I'm going to go focus on some lamb shanks. So have a good night, boys, and we'll talk to you all next week.
Half your luck. I had a couple of beef burgers for dinner just to get something down quickly before the 6:30 start. Thanks, mate.
No worries. Ciao, bye.
Yes. No, when it comes to lamb, shanks and roast, they're probably the best of the crop. When it comes to pork, yeah, you can't go past a roast pork, but the pork cutlets at Woolies are pretty good too. Chris Stark, you must be beside yourself with glee, because for the second time in as many weeks we've had a full field pretty much line up here. The track was full. There were people locked out. I mean, it's never a good feeling to turn people away, but it's a good problem for the club to have.
Oh, for sure. I think we'll have splits next week. Yeah, you have to. There was a lot of cars on this track. Like, I got a great start, but I don't know what happened at the turn 1-2. But I managed to get tangled up with another permeable car. He was backwards, and I was trying to get around her. And you can't see. When you're behind people, you can't see where cars are going. So, yeah, then after that, I got a drive-through because I had a not-so-good pit entry, if you've caught that on replay. I think I was sideways left, sideways right, but I didn't hit anything. But it gave me a drive-through for unsafe pit entry. I don't even know. Where did I finish? I don't even know.
Adam
in S3.
Might be able to tell us. Just having a look down here. 5th in Super 3, mate. 5th in
Oh,
Super
still 5th? Oh, that's good recovery.
Yeah.
I've been at work the whole week, so I'm not getting home till 6, 7, and I'm tired because I have 4 a.m. starts, and I did no practice. I was just trying to find the best setup to run. And there was a couple of questionable rejoins, but race control, I'm pretty sure Timmy Watts is going to be busy for the next couple of hours trying to decipher all that.
Indeed. Now, here's the other thing as well, mate. We were just talking to David Kirby, and he admitted right from the outset that this isn't necessarily one of his preferred circuits. But so for context, where does it sit as far as you're concerned? Is this a circuit that you like in this car?
No, it's not. It's not one of my favourite tracks in this car or any car. But when I set the servers, I didn't really think about what were my favourite tracks. I set the servers based on the size of the fields. So Interlargos is a bigger track, and you can put a fair amount of cars on it. Like, I was struggling, like, getting around turn 3. the long sweepers, it doesn't matter how much I set my rear bar to soft or change my front bar, that the butt was still trying to kick it out. And I think a lot of people were suffering on the big sweepers with the tyres, no lateral grip.
I'm just going to break rank here for a moment too, boys, because it's just been reported not long ago by the Courier Mail, right, that legendary rugby league commentator Ray Rabbits Warren has become the first New South Wales-based media identity to be inducted or included into the Suncorp Stadium Hall of Fame. There you go. He doesn't have to pretend to be anyone else now, because apparently, and I love this, and you'll know why as soon as I say it, he says, first night working in Queensland, the security guard said, "Are you Darryl Eastlake?" And I said, yes. The security guard replied, "I love your work." Yeah, good.
I like great Darryl Eastlake.
It's not the first time that Rabs has been mistaken for Darryl Eastlake. Paul Vorton tells a good story about that. When they went over to Mount Smart in 1995. And of course, we've heard Richie Beto, alias Billy Birmingham, I should say, take the Mickey out of that one over the years as well. Hey, now let's talk about next week. What are your thoughts on Daytona?
I like Daytona. I don't mind Daytona road course. I did ask Adam if we could set it tonight, so I don't know if he got that message. It'd be really good at night. I think the cars under lights would be great. It'll make it more interesting.
I'm all for night racing. I love the idea. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
and preferably 7:25 or 7:30 at night, in line with the real world time that will be broadcast.
Yeah, that would be cool. I mean, this track was hard work. This track was hard work. The tyres went off really fast. I'm in Melbourne. It's freezing at the moment, but I am actually soaked with sweat. And I'm in my back room in the shed, and I didn't have the aircon or the heater on, and I'm soaked with sweat. There's a little bit of driving cleanup to do. If you're a shot duck, you're a shot duck. Just, give it up. When you make it hard for no reason, you cost yourself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But other than that, no, it was most of the driving was pretty respectful. I'm not sure what went on with Favel. I was behind him a couple of times, so I don't know what happened with him in his race. It sounded like a shocker.
Yeah, turn one, lap one. And I'll say no more than that. And then he got caught up in another incident after the fact as well.
Unfortunate. Well, I know you're on a time limit, so you want to jump onto these other boys.
But you end up making a ride for your own back once you get caught up early on. So, I mean, it was just a knock-on effect.
I got caught up with Adam Proctor. Like, I think he was just letting him get off the track into the grass. And I couldn't see, and I was just trying to sneak around on the curb, and suddenly there was a permeable Mustang in front of me.
For sure. Hey, Starkey, thank you, mate. I'll let you go and have a chat to the executives about splitting it up into Super 2 and Super 3, respectively, for next week.
All right, Joe. Have a great night, boys.
There we go. Well done, Chris Stark. Hey, great work in organising this series. And I think, despite the conjecture and the conversations that were being had about whether it was a good idea or not to go from the old model, old spec supercar to the new spec, I think we've well and truly answered the critics there in the sense that the turnout has actually expanded, has been greater than what it was during the previous era. So that was a gamble well worth taking on Starkey's behalf. Angus Lawford's here, Connor Nixon and Kurt Nomenson as well. And Adam, in brackets, Bunny Burhop, is jumping in to have a chat to us as well. There it is. Yeah, but listen to it. Very good. We'll get to Adam Burhop in just a few moments' time. Do want to have a chat to him about a couple of different things here. But firstly, to you, Connor Nixon, nice to have you back, mate. And secondly, well done to reel in Hobbo and push him all the way to the finish. That's not a bad start to your campaign, albeit starting a week later than everybody else. I mean, as long as you only have one bad round in 9, you're still going to be a genuine threat at the end of the season.
Oh, that's it. No, it's good to be back. It's been a minute. I saw you guys had supercars on, and I saw Hobbo and Kirby were all in here. So I thought, I've got to tune the setup for the invitational guys coming up. So I thought I'd jump in and give it a whirl. So I tried a few things tonight, and it worked out really well. So it's good to be back.
Indeed it is, mate. Talk us through your race, because you started 5th. And very quickly moved your way up into the top 3, but you had to get the elbows out once or twice to do it.
yeah, qualifying was a bit of a shocker. I had someone ringing me about 1 million times, and picked up, and they were like, such a simple thing, so that was a bit annoying. Then, started off the race, and had a good start. Bogged the car a little bit, but she got some grip down into turn 1. But got up to court, and just a bit of net code that I saw. But got the elbows out for both of them. Kind of don't have much patience now in my old age now, since back when I was racing with you guys, back when I was 16, 17.
Excuse me, young man, don't swear at me. How old are you now, please?
Turning 20 in October. So it's been a minute.
Yeah. Come and see me when you're turning 34 in September, and then we'll have a chat about feeling old. Jesus Christ. Apart from that, mate, I mean, we follow you on socials. We see what you're up to. But as you say, it has been a while between drinks on GSRC platforms. It's nice to have you back. But what have you been doing to keep yourself busy in the meantime?
So I did Logitech Invitational. Got that in this year. I had to give it up. From a lot of things, ended up taking 3 months off. Then Drop Bear invited me to come do Majors 24. Ended up winning the Majors 24 Split 4. Then my NASCAR team that was in the background, Nitro Racing, which is one of the biggest shop builders in America for NASCAR, wanted me for the road setups, and I've pretty much been working with those 2 teams, and it's been really good, having with Drop Bear Motorsports as my, Aussie stuff with endurance driving. Then I go over to America and go and do the big stuff, which it's been really good fun. Picked up a win on Friday in the Australian NASCAR E-Series. So I've been chopping and changing, and finally got back in the V8, and got a few tips from people like James Scott and stuff. So we're cooking. Just new driving style, and it's working out really well. So
All right, mate. Very nicely done. I mean, it's nice to see expanding the horizons beyond the supercars as well. But talk to me about what else you're going to do within these servers, within the GSRC platforms this season. Will it just be the supercars, or are you going to spread your wings and fly elsewhere?
We're going to do the LMP2. Drop Bear's got something in mind to come and jump in the LMP2 with Lockhart Brownlee, so him and I will... Sorry, I just choked on something. Choking on air, that's crazy. But we're going to jump in the LMP2 and give it a bash. So we saw it was pretty big last week, and we saw it was rain, and the server was set up really well, so it's good to see that. Jens is doing really well, so we might jump in the LMP2 and give it a whirl. So
All right, very nicely done. We're going to fly here, mate, because we've got 14 minutes before GT3 line up, and my voice box needs a few minutes break in between time. So we're going to make sure we do squeeze an intermission in tonight. Hey, appreciate it, buddy. Well done. Nice to see you back on the grid. Go well. Enjoy the rest of the week. And quickly on the way out, give me your thoughts for Daytona.
That
is the next stop in the supercars, the right.
Not the biggest fan. I don't really have a setup. Yeah, pretty much. No, I need to build a setup for there. It's on the agenda, but it's not my favorite. I think it's a bit of a not a great circuit, just being that you need to put 10 wing on the car and pretty much have your mangoes out, which I do enjoy. We were running 18 wing here tonight and had the car really planted, but I just don't like tracks that are 10 wing like Bathurst and Daytona. So, look, it'll be good, but I don't think the racing will be as good as tonight. I had some really good pace on hobos. So, look, if we're competitive at Daytona, it should be good. But I've got a series on the Sunday as well. So, look, if I can build a set through the week, have something really strong on the Sunday night, then be strong here on Monday. That'd be great. But look, Hobbo's a wheeler, and I'm glad to have some really good pace on him.
All right, mate. We're excited that there's a couple of genuine contenders here that might be able to just go toe-to-toe with the likes of Hopston and Favell. It will spice things up nicely at the pointy end of town and keep us on our toes. Thanks for that, mate.
All good, mate. Have a good one. Thanks.
We'll try our best. Adam Burhop, you are here either to defend yourself or to talk to us about what's coming up tonight. Were you out there in the supercar race, or are you getting ready for GT3?
But no GT3 for me tonight. I've got appeal in, so I've decided to play the good boy and sit out as I've been directed. But no, talking GT3s tonight.
Okay, excellent. So that'll be good, because what we might do, considering my voice box is on Struggle Street, if you're happy to stick around for a few minutes, we can have a chat with you when we get into the GT3 server. Is that all right?
Sounds good to me.
Excellent. It'll be great to get your insights, actually. Is your friend Graham tuning in? Because I can only imagine the friendly fire in the comments section that will follow if he is tuning in.
I think he might be, so you might see some stuff coming in.
Yes. Excellent. That's, ladies and gentlemen, if we weren't already going to be entertained tonight, it's about to ramp up a notch. Trust me, you're going to get your value for money's worth here. Thank you, mate. Coming back to you shortly. Angus Lawford to you, and then we'll finish with Kurt in just a moment. Well done, mate. Nice performance. Brought it home in the top three, which is no mean feat. Considering the company you're keeping there. Looked a little bit lonely towards the end. You were a second up the road on Alex Court, but you were 11 behind Brenton and Connor. I guess you had to work hard, though, to keep Alex Court at bay, because he did have some good pace tonight, and so did you.
Yeah, I was unfortunate. I ended up letting Connor Nixon through. As soon as I seen him make the move, I tried to get in behind him and follow his lines, and ended up locking a brake, which made me drop back from him and into the clutches of Alex. So yeah, it became a quick battle between us for third. He ended up getting around me, and even through the pit stop, I still had to battle him on his outlap the next lap. So once I got around him, though, I had pretty good pace. So I was pretty comfortable. It was just the lock-up that sort of slowed my pace for the last half of that first stint.
Indeed. What'd you make of, a couple of different things out here? Firstly, the circuit and the pressure associated with, locked brake can have it at the best of times, but it's never ideal when you've got a field of 60 and so many other factors associated with that. And as you say, it did cost you a positional battle with Connor Nixon. Instead, it ended up being a battle to hold on to that final spot on the podium with Alex Court. What do you make about the traffic, the congestion, and how are you feeling about the fact that we'll probably see you guys racing in a separate server next week?
To be honest, I'm not too phased whether it was split or not. Like, most of my encounters with lap traffic and all that were really good. They didn't move out of the way instantly, but they moved away in the safest spots they could. So I'd prefer that than them try to move out of the way in a spot that's going to risk them losing it in front of me and stuff. So that was just a matter of trying to pick through it. Not the biggest fan of the track, but I did enjoy the race, especially with this caliber of drivers that we have in the field this season. It's really good to get into the top 10, let alone get my first ever podium here on the V8. So I'm ecstatic and really happy about it.
And you and Connor both flying. It's bloody rare that we see two Fords on the podium, let alone one. So for you and Connor to take the staying up onto positions 2 and 3 respectively, good signs ahead for the FORDs this season. And I guess the last one before we let you go, mate, thoughts on when we get to Daytona next week. How's that going to be for you, and how important is qualifying going to be there, even with the split of Super 2 and Super 3, because we know how healthy each field is in their own right?
I'm not too sure. I've done some GT3 racing in like official lobbies and stuff around that track, but I haven't done any V8 supercars. So that's going to be my first step, is trying to start working on a tune for that. Qualifying, definitely you want to be up the front with all the fast guys, and you don't want to leave cars between you and those top guys, otherwise it just makes it harder to keep up with them. Hopefully we can get the set good and go that one step further and get a bit higher up on that podium.
All right, mate, very nicely done. Thank you for that. Good to catch up, and we wish you well for the rest of the campaign.
No worries, mate. Thanks to all the sponsors of Project 36 too. All right, catch you guys, and thanks to you as well.
No, you're welcome, and nice, subtle, good plug for the sponsors on the way out, mate. Tick that box, well played. And yeah, absolutely. Without them, none of this happens, be it for the racers or us as well. Kurt Nomenson, talk us through your night, mate. I mean, I think we caught you on screen once or twice throughout the 25 minutes here, and that's the thing. They are so rip, tear, rush, bust. There's a lot going on, and we're bound to miss something when there's 60 cars out there on the circuit. But you brought it home 12th in Super 3. And down, I think 37th outright, if I've done my numbers right there. So the Lame Sheep Racing entry outstayed quite a few cars. You beat a few home genuinely on your merit on track, and then there were those that retired as well.
Yeah, I definitely think I could have been a bit further up. Sorry, I'm just doing my quali laps in GT3 as well.
You're right, mate.
But no, I got turned in that first like 2-corner incident, so I fell back a fair way. So I'm pretty happy with the P12 in class. I just tried to keep it safe and didn't try and fight too hard with people unless I was sort of matched on pace with them. So that sort of helped me keep the car on track and get a 12th overall. So I definitely think I could have been further up, but that's a night of what could have been.
Indeed it is. Were you happy with the car? Did you like the circuit?
It was okay. Again, like everyone said, it's not my favourite circuit in a supercar. I don't mind it in the GT3s, but supercar, just those long sweepers, as Starkey said, that was my downfall. I just couldn't keep it up. So yeah, but that was good. I was running a Road America setup, so that probably didn't help either.
No, that probably didn't help. You're right about that. They are distinctly different circuits. I mean, they're fast in their own right, but Road America, by G, yeah, very different. And you're talking about GT3. Is it still raining cats and dogs there?
Oh yeah, it is absolutely saturated on track at the moment for qualifying. So, and it looks like the race, it might be dry for the race. Potentially, we'll see what the time shift does.
One of them at least, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're going to get a completely dry run, but we're looking forward to it nonetheless.
Yeah, well, the radar's not too promising at the moment, but
no.
time does jump a fair way from quali to race start, so we'll see what
Copy
happens.
that. All right, we'll wait and see in just a few moments' time. We are going to switch over there very shortly, quickly. When you look towards Daytona next week, what are your initial thoughts?
Well, I've done plenty of laps around there in the GT3 car, so that should help. But just have to get a setup going for next week and see how we go there. But I'm looking forward to the supercar around Daytona, honestly.
All right, very nicely done. On that note, mate, I'm going to let you go so you can focus on the task at hand, and we're going to go so that I can catch my breath and maybe get a strepsil down the throat before we go racing in GT3. Kurt, well done, mate. We'll catch up with you at the end of GT3, yeah?
Yeah, too easy.
And for those of you tuning in or joining us on the platforms, the Gentlemen Sim Racing Club across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube, we'll hear from Adam Burhop on the other side of the break. He's going to join Adam Lavis and I as we get stuck into some GT3 racing. Am Split first up, Pro Split second up with the results from the second race of the Am, the first race of the Pro, and both races from Pro Am throughout the course of the night as well. We're excited about that. We're up and away. We've had a double dose of supercars to get us going on a Monday night and a double dose of GT3 with thanks to waste options still to come. Monday Night Motorsport live and exclusive to the platforms of the GSRC. Don't go away. For the third time tonight, we zoom in via Google Earth to a new racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. We started the evening in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. We wound the clock forward a week. We went to Interlargos in Brazil. And now we're finishing the night off at the Brands Hatch Circuit in the United Kingdom in Kent, in West Kingsdown, of course, ready for round 2 of Waste Options GT3 on the platforms of the GSRC. We're excited about what might unfold here. 17 cars in the server here tonight for GT3 AM. We're looking forward to bringing you GT3 Pro a little bit later on.
Here we go.
And we're reliably told, Adam Lavis, yes?
I was about to say, I was hoping we could do it before the thing went away. I was about to say, play a game of when a truck comes in here. Just wait for a second.
Let's go for it again.
Oops.
Yes, play the game off.
All right, so now you see it, and now you don't.
No, no. There's the view at Brands Hatch right now, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely tipping down, raining cats and dogs. 10:30 in the morning, 21 km/h winds in a mostly southeasterly direction. 19 degrees the ambient, 19 the on-track temperature as well. 100% chance of rain, overcast conditions. 10:24 in the morning. 3.89 kilometre course. The Grand Prix layout, we know it, we love it. It does offer up some good racing. It does offer up some interesting racing, but it is a tight, narrow racetrack, and therefore overtaking opportunities are limited. However, in saying that, with it being wet weather racing, potentially, although, hang on, that looks, I'm not sure. We'll wait and see what the server has dished up for the race here. Pavlo Hanna's on top of the championship points table at the moment. 63 points, plays Jacob Vickery, 53, 49 for Janash Ragwani, 44 for Kurt Nomenson, 42 for Jason Tierman and Mark McNamara on 40. Make up the top 6 in the standings right now. We're looking at the radar. Yes, there is some rain in that shot, but it's going away from the circuit. So we are expecting this to be a drying racetrack, I would imagine, for the next 21 minutes. 3 cars are forming up on the grid behind the safety car right now. We will bring you the grid very shortly, of course. Pavlo Hanna from pole position alongside Jacob Vickery. Greg Colgan and Alfredo Hugo are the second row. Jason Tierman, Mark McNamara, the third row, Phil Butler, Robert Colbreth, the fourth, Benjamin Brook and Janice Ragwani, the fifth, Corey Horter and Martin Walker, the sixth, Kurt Nomenson, Ambo Adam St. John, the seventh, Liam Amos and Adam Johnson from row 8, and Tristan Koch. He hasn't joined the grid. Is he in the wrong server or is he in race control for us? I'm not sure.
No, he's in the right server.
Sorry?
He's in the right server, but he may have been allergic to rain.
Copy.
Same with Amos by the look of it.
Yep. So ready to rock and roll. Not sure there's too much in the way of spray there, but you can definitely tell that it's overcast at the Brands Hatch circuit. It will be interesting to see what this track does with its race conditions. Yes, there's some spray now. So there are parts of this circuit that are wet. So we're going to have a very similar situation to what we've had in previous races already at the start of this season, like the LMP1s, or LMP2s rather, on Thursday night. A drying racetrack in race 1. Ready to fire. We'll bring in Adam Burhop for some expert comments in just a few moments' time. Let's get this thing on the road, ladies and gentlemen. 21 minutes. So our third different championship event of the night for our second different category and a third different continent, but this is the tightest racetrack of the lot. It's Brands Hatch in the United Kingdom. It's round 2 of Waste Options GT3. It is underway. And the spray visible as the cars hurl on down towards turn 1. Greg Colgan brave to ride the ripple strip through turn 1, looking up on the inside of Jacob Vickery. All trouble at the back. Janash Ragwani in the Audi in the wall.
Yes, Tristan.
Adam Johnson goes on through and Philip Butler goes through as well. They've made tracks early. Everybody else happy to stay where they're at. Philip Butler around the outside holds on to 6th. Colgan's got by. Pavlo Hanna's around. Pavlo Hanna, the Whiskey Business entry. In the wall. He's got company there in the form of Pavlo Hanna, who's had 2 off-track excursions in 45 seconds. It's a 15-lap scheduled race here, but we know that the times will be slower based on the precipitation, and it does still look like, even though it's not raining, as you can see on the screen there, it does look like, oh no, it does look like it's going to take a while to clear any standing water on the racetrack.
The debris you keep seeing is Vickery. He's blinking in and out.
Copy that, thank you. So Vickery's lead at the front may well be short-lived here. We'll wait and see. Still blinking in and out. Still blinking in and out. In fact, gone. Vickery's night is done. Exit driver's right. Oh no, there he is. He's popped up again. He has actually. He went completely. The first 3 times he blinked, he did not disappear from first on our leaderboard.
Interestingly,
that time he went down to 8th.
So it's a 50-50 split in dries and wets in the gear. You look at the timing tower, we've got 50-50 splits of dry and wet tyres, the blue and black tyres.
I know what I want to be on right now, fellas. It's definitely going to be wet tyres.
Well, given the spray isn't that big, so it could be close to the transition point. Like usually, once you get that, once you start losing that spray in the middle, that's when it starts getting close to dry tyres.
Rightio. So at this point, I mean, I'll jump in if there's any big moments that need to be called in a play-by-play sense. But we've got Adam Burhop here, and it's the first time we've had him here in a while, and it's great to have him in, albeit not great the circumstances that bring him to the commentary box on a Monday night. He is sitting this round out. Oh no, Robert Colbrook, Ben Brook, and Adam Johnson off the road. 6th, 7th, and 11th respectively. So this is disappointing for them. Vickery still blinking in and out as well. This is what happened at the start. Janash Ragwani. Curb. AstroTurf. Kept it off the wall. We do have Adam Burhop here as you have a look at those replays, ladies and gentlemen. Mate, great to obviously have a chance to catch up and chat with you. That's number 1. 2, disappointing that you're not out there. But 3, do you envy these guys at the moment?
No, this definitely these conditions are going to be absolutely treacherous. It's going to be a race of attrition tonight, and keeping it on the island, keeping it on the black stuff. So I think that the person that wins tonight is going to be the one that makes the least mistakes, that's for sure.
Indeed. Transitional phase races, I mean, they happen in the real world. We see them all the time, but it makes it difficult, especially for the M-split guys. They just, some of these guys don't have that race awareness, that experience required to read the conditions, as well as the likes of yourself and Matty Dench and Richard Mitchum, etc. So it is going to be challenging for them. Point number 2 for our audience at home. I didn't get to finish the point. Lap 1 of 15, I read on the time screen there when we got underway. It's now saying lap 3 of 15. Just bear in mind that with it being 1 minute 35 lap times at the moment, these servers are set up based on whether we have a dry race. So in the event of a wet race, and looking at the lap times there, 1 minute 35s at the moment. I mean, you know my calculator habits. That's telling me that we fall a lap short on time certainty. I mean, even if you were a minute and a half a lap, 1 minute and a half, 2 gets you 3, and there are 3 7s in 21. So 2 by 7 is 14. So we will go a lap short here, I would suggest. But that's at least that's something that these guys will be aware of early in the piece. That being said, I don't think they'll be worried too much about the lap counter as much as they will be just fighting to survive out there. And it's difficult too, isn't it, Adam? I mean, we've been talking about wet weather races for a while. It's been extraordinary, the response to the Tempest weather system, the impact that it's had, the way in which it's reinvented the wheel. What are your thoughts on it? What are your impressions of it? And how much have you enjoyed getting your head around it?
Well, it's been an excellent challenge. So you got to completely rethink your brain. The racing line is not the place to be. And the amount of guys that don't seem to get that, especially when the rain comes, you got to really take that go-kart line and be off track and try and cross that racing line at the most opportune point that's not going to lose the car. So, I mean, turn 3 down here, I was watching the practice, and the guys were having a massive issue just trying to get the car turned and keeping it a straight line. So it's a great challenge, and track to track is completely different too. So it's Brands Hatch, a lot of sweeping corners. The racing line goes a long way through the corner that you need to have grip. So it's definitely a challenge for these guys to get their head around, that's for sure.
Indeed it is. Second thing, impressions of the two new cars, the Mustang, the Corvette. I mean, great to have some new manufacturers, some new toys to play with here. We do love that. But in saying that, I'm a little bit surprised at the lack of take-up on the Corvette and the Mustang from our club members, given that it was all the rave before the the mid-season break that we've had over 2 weeks. So what are your impressions of the two cars and why we might have seen a few people stay with the known entities that have been here for a while?
Yeah, so I've personally gravitated toward the Mustang, and I find that it's very similar to the BMW, which I also gelled with. So it just depends on what car you kind of used to driving. So someone like Denchi, doesn't matter what car he jumps in, he's able to jump in it and get it max pace straight away. So he's adapted to the Corvette very well, and in the Pro Split, he's one of the few Corvettes that is up the front consistently. Mustang, there's been a bit of mixed reviews. So a lot of people say they can't trail brake with it, and it just hadn't quite got there with the setup yet. So I think once guys kind of narrow in on the setup and get that self sorted, I think there will be a stronger reputation. Again, the first season of a new car, I think iRacing have probably done a little bit of a better job this time around and not overpowering it compared to the other cars, which they have tended to do previous seasons. So I think once people get their head around of how to set the cars up, people will gravitate toward them a little bit more, that's for sure. But yeah, once people are kind of, especially with the GT3s, are kind of comfortable with the car, you tend to stick with it because you know what the car's going to do. You know, after a long run, the car's going to do this or X, Y, Z, or the tyres are going to go off here. The setup's going to come into my setup window at this point. Just depends on what you get comfortable with.
Indeed. Now, I'll just give everybody at home an update on screen here. Greg Colgan, Alfredo Hugo, and Philip Butler, Jason Tierman, Kurt Nomanson are in top 5 right now. 2 Porsches, 2 Ferraris, a Ford, and then the Corvette of Mark McNamara.
And heads up, Vickery did finally end up getting disconnected. I think he's in the pit lane for a while.
Copy that. Yeah, I've seen him there. He's there for about 30 seconds. Pavlo Hanna was in after 1 lap for 2.5 and 2 minutes 3 for Ben Brook as well. So we've got a couple of guys that are struggling at this point to stay A, connected, and B, on the lead lap. In fact, Benny Brook's already down a lap. Colgan, Hugo, Butler, Tierman, and we did have Tim Watson dropping by to say good day from race control, but he has since left. Didn't even get a chance to introduce him. Now, as far as the manufacturer breakdown is concerned, Porsche, Ferrari, Ford, Chev, Audi. That's it. So no Lambos, no Bimmers, no McLarens, no Mercs. And
really good from the Mustang to be up that high, especially in the wet.
Absolutely. Kurt Nomanson off the road. That's not where you want to be. And the kitty litter there drops down into 8th spot.
Seems like even the praise, he pins it on me.
Exactly. Philip Butler, fastest lap of the race, 134.755. Crunch.
Yeah, there's a puddle that builds up in that little gully there. You got to be careful. It's hard to see sometimes.
Just answering the question online there, Eduardo might find himself in another. Is Eduardo Pro-Am?
I believe he's in Pro-Am, yeah.
Yeah, probably that. That would be why. Oh, Adam Johnson. Jeez.
Do you want to take it?
Because we're showing the AM split at the moment, folks. We'll bring the results from Pro-Am later on. We'll be crossing out of this server into the Pro Split for their second race tonight, just as we did last week as well. Bit hard this season to showcase everyone at every opportunity. We've got a select number of AM split races for you. Pro-Am is front and centre for their 90-minute race next week. And then, of course, we've got a good bulk, about half of the 14 championship races from the Pro server as well. So we'll keep you across the results as best we can, but we're giving the AM boys some time in the spotlight right now. And it does look like, I I hate to say it, but it does look a lot brighter there right now, trackside at Brands Hatch.
Yeah, track is
I'm
definitely
not sure the
drying.
bombs actually know what the sun is, but it looks as though it might be poking through.
Track's definitely drying. The guys in the chat were talking about once you sort of get below the one, once you get the under in the high 120s, it starts to get to the crossover point. And even these AM guys now are getting to the mid to low 30s, so their crossover point will be a bit higher, so they'll probably be in the low 30s for them. So they're probably getting to that point where those guys in the dries might start doing some fast times.
I'd be pitting now because the gap between McNamara is 20 seconds, and that's your time to change tyres. So if you're going to make the jump to dries, I'll be making that about now.
So could we see, for the first time, changes of tyres, therefore pit stops in a sprint race for tyres only? You won't need to take fuel, we know that. And we don't normally talk about tyre changes in a sprint race either because it's only 21 minutes. But with the track drying the way it is, it could well be that we're switching from wets to slicks for those that have gone.
Oh, don't watch for the puddle, Phil.
Oh, Philip Butler down the inside. Cleanly done. Philip Butler to second on the inside of Alfredo Hugo.
By the looks of it, the wet tyre is still the tyre to be on because they're pulling away from McNamara still. So these guys might be okay, even if they have to nurse the wet tyre for the last couple of laps. They could be safe here.
Indeed, they could be. Great to have the insights of Adam Burhop tonight in central commentary. Why the nickname Bunny, please, just for those that are new to the club?
So the nickname's Burhop, and people couldn't pronounce the name correctly, which is Burrow. So just Bunny is a lot easier for people to remember. So.
Love it. Oh dear. So you got Colgan, Butler, Hugo, Tierman, McNamara. That's Adam, Ambo, St. John having a spin. That's a strikingly good livery that he's got there. He's got all colours of the rainbow and then some. It looks like someone's gone tie-dye on Adam Ambo St. John's car.
Makes it tricky
Colours
for me.
everywhere.
Makes it tricky for me when I can only pick two colours for the timing tower.
Exactly, correct. Colgan the leader, but Butler's the fastest car on the circuit, 2.4 the margin. And we could well see, it's lap 9 of 15. If you can hang on. But if you can't, and it's looking as though we're getting ever so closer to it being a dry track, we could see splash and dash stops for tyre changes, not fuel, with 2 laps to go. But it could make all the difference. Because if you stay out there too long, Adam, as you know, if you persevere with it, and it could very well, very quickly and very well blow up in your face, couldn't it? I mean, because the wet tyres only last so long on a dry track, they fry pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's it. As soon as the tyres get hot, they get slippery and just turn into marshmallows. Very, very hard to drive on tyres like that. So, again, you start searching for the water to try and cool the tyres down and turn your traction control up just to try and give it a break. So, looks like we're getting very close to that crossover point, but McNamara might have just put it off the road a little bit there. Yeah. Blown that up in my face. So,
the thing that might be against these top guys being able to do that stop is it takes 21, 22 seconds to change tyres in GT3, and then you've also got to count the transfer time as well, and they're only got 27-second lead, so it would be very touch and go, even for Colgan out in front, to be able to come out and still in front of McNamara with a fresh set of dries. Oh, all of them around.
Whoa! Christian Koch round. Adam Johnson around.
Really
synchronised pirouetting.
Really Tristan's cooled these tyres down.
Well, he's going into pit lanes, so that tells you everything you need to know there.
Yeah, I think...
And it's just got darker again, so I don't think they'll worry. I don't think anyone will worry if they don't have to.
No, the guys at the front got to commit now, so there's only a couple of laps left. They got to commit now to the strategy they're on.
So Butler there in second place. Hugo third, Tierman fourth, McNamara, Ford and Noman, Colbreth, Walker, Ragwani, Johnson and St. John, the top 12. Kosh is 13th. Ben Brook is 14th. Pavlo Hanna is 15th. They're both out there a lap down. Jacob Vickery's got back out there 2 laps down after the mishap with the internet connection there a short while ago. Tristan Kosh still on pit lane, has been for a while. I think he might just stay there now. 21 minutes the distance here. 75% race distance would... oh no, he's coming back out after 50 seconds is Tristan Kosh. Excuse me. The interesting thing here is that 75% race distance would be 10 3/4 laps based on the fact that we're running 14, not 15. Time certainty is going to get the better of the full 15 laps here, guys.
Might be a bit late. These guys are still doing the 34s and 33s. McNamara just did a 31 on dries.
Could close up very tight at the end, that's for sure.
So Vickery 1 minute 30.344, fastest lap of the race. The problem is he is 2 laps down. Colgan leads. He's holding on nicely here, but Butler is closing in, tracking him down. The race for the lead is on between the Porsche and the Ferrari, and Colgan is getting the big hurry up. 18 minutes gone. 3 minutes to go. Next time by the line. Oh, it's yeah. Looking at the times here, they'll get 3 minutes and change. So yeah, 3 laps at the line. So this will go 1 lap short. But now the onus is on Butler to try and find an opportunity and make it stick. But as we've already detailed, Adam, the overtaking opportunities around here are few and far between, and even more challenging in these conditions.
Yeah, you've got to be right up close to the cars here. The braking distances aren't very long, so you've got to be right up to the car that you want to be up to and kind of throw it down the inside a little bit. So, yeah, very hard to pass with the braking distances being so short.
Here's a replay. This is Fredo. How many times do you see it? A at that corner and B in that car.
I know Porsche's the car you want to be in when it's wet, so the people keep telling me. So all that weight hanging over the rear end kind of gets the power down to the ground. So, and yeah, as the leader's showing us right now.
So the little thing I've noticed when I'm driving the wet conditions, we go back to the bumper cam here. So it's hard to see, but basically in the mirror, on your mirror, once you lose that centimetre of spray, that's when you know it's time for dries. Because when you get the spray on the 2 wheels, she might be a bit damp and slick, but if you get some heat in the tyres, you're good to go.
Well, look how much McNamara has closed in the past couple of laps. Now it's only down to 6 seconds to the car ahead, so in 4th position. So that was 20 seconds 2 laps ago, so it seems like dries are starting to come in, but I don't think he's going to have enough time to get much further than that.
No. Only 2 laps to go. Time's going to get the better of them. Colgan and Butler battle for survival with the wets. Siemens had a great run in the Ferrari. Hugo's trying to bounce back. McNamara and Horta there as well. 1 minute 131.5 that time around for McNamara. Truck coming to the dries. Hugo's sometimes gaining, sometimes losing on Tierman, and McNamara's wiping seconds and seconds off the clock.
It was like a switch 3 laps ago, just bam.
Yeah, so the guys on wets are searching for that wet track just to try and keep the tyres cool. So, just running wide there, so you can see down the straights he's just going to be hoping he can find some wet weather to try and cool those tyres down.
At the front, Colgan leads. Hugo and McNamara are the ones we're going to keep an eye on in the closing stages here. But Hugo missed out on a perfect opportunity to get a podium finish here with that spin a few laps ago. That's what allowed Seaman to get by. McNamara has been fighting through the field all night. He's up 1 spot. Corey Horter's up 5. Kurt Nomanson's up 6. Martin Walker's up 4. They're the big movers. Butler's up 5 spots. started to lose ground all of a sudden on Colgan. Colgan leads this race. We're on the final lap. Time is going to get the better of us. We're on the final racing lap. So, Adam, as we go back to you, I mean, you committed to the Stang, but was there anything else tickling your fancy this season? I mean, I can understand why some guys have stuck with the BMW or the Audi or the Porsche, the Ferrari as well. There's not too much love for the McLaren or the Mercedes, but not as much uptake with Ford or Chev as we might have been anticipating. But did you have a look at anything else and think about the status quo, or were you always committed to giving one of the new cars a try?
I was going to be committed to giving the new cars a try. Again, you jump in the Corvette, you jump in the Mustang, you kind of compare it to what you kind of know. Again, it depends on what you're used to. A lot of the guys that are used to a mid-engine car, be it the Ferrari or the McLaren or even the Audi and the Lambo, it's not too much of a jump to jump into the new cars of a similar layout. They've got their nuances and how they set it up. So, and again, jumping the Mercedes and the BMW and the Mustang are quite similar. They do kind of have their strengths and weaknesses, but yeah, it just depends on what you feel and what you want to jump with for the new season.
Checkered flag is out. Job is done for Greg Colgan. The Porsche is victorious. Butler, Tim and McNamara got by Hugo on the final lap and clocked the fastest lap of the race as well, 1:28.752. He finished 13 seconds off Colgan and Butler in the end, so it works out as though the wet rubber choice was the correct one at the top of the game. But McNamara, I tell you what, give him a couple of more laps and that would have been a very interesting contest. Hugo in 5th, Horder, Nomenson, Walker, Colbreth and Ragwani got back to 10th after that opening lap spin. Ambo St John 11th, Johnson, Brook a lap down, Kosh a lap down as well. Vickery 2 laps down but finished with a 1:27.001. 1:27.001 and gets classified on 75% distance as well. Pavlo Hanna got back and finished at 12 laps too. Liam Amos a non-starter, so 16 start, 16 come home. I don't think we're expecting that at the start of this race, but the Am boys, they deserve points for perseverance because those would have been challenging conditions for the dry boys for the pro boys in the top split, Adam, let alone the Am guys.
Oh, 100%, and even going as so bold as half of them being on dries for the entire race too. Kudos to the guys that did that. They showed real talent keeping the cars on track for all of the starters to finish. It's a great effort for them.
Indeed it was, mate. Thank you for that. Stay with us because we'll get your thoughts on the pro split in just a few moments. Those results from race 1 for you for the Am split, guys. Colgan, Butler, Tim and McNamara. Porsche, Ferrari, Corvette, Mustang, all prominent in the top 10. Even Ragwani in the Audi. So 5 manufacturers in the top 10 if I did my numbers right there. And we only had 5 in the race. Not too bad at all. Kurt Nomenson was 7th. Martin Walker, Colbreth, Ragwani, the top 10. 46 seconds covered 1st and 10th. Not a straightforward night. There was one little off-track moment for Kurt Nomenson who joins us very, very quickly as we get set to jet over to the pro split, mate. For race 2. Your thoughts on all of that, and well done on the progress up through the field.
Yeah, that was very. It was a different race, going to a drying track. I think if I didn't hit that puddle, I probably could have been racing with McNamara and maybe fought him for a podium there. But oh well, that's racing. But yeah, definitely a lot of fun on a drying track and seeing which tyre choice was the better one when we split even.
And it now looks like you'll go about your business for a dry race too.
Yeah, it seems that way. So looking forward to that, and hopefully I can continue the progress forward. I guess that's the main thing, is going forward from. Well, I think I start 3rd on an invert 10, so hopefully forward to the front and not going backwards.
Everyone looking forward to seeing what the pro boys are going to dish up for race 2 in just a few moments' time. Kurt will come back and check in with you after race 2 as far as the AM split's concerned, mate. We look forward to hearing your progress there. Good luck. Press forward. We're enjoying Monday Night Motorsport on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Night 1 of week 2 of term 3 for you here. A short, sharp chat there with Kurt Nomenton, Adam the Bunny, as he is affectionately known, is going to stay with us, and Adam Lavis too. Hope you will as well. Third race of the night and fourth of the program, considering one was carried over a week. Coming your way in just a few moments, it'll be the Pro Split for Waste Options GT3. Don't go away. The platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club, the continuation of a very extended and special edition of Monday Night Motorsport for you across Facebook, Twitch and YouTube as we zoom in again on the Brands Hatch circuit in the United Kingdom. We do it with thanks to Sprite Insider, Waste Options, merch.tgsrci.com, Orbic Australia, Leipzig Racing and Wave Australia, and Flash Graphics. And have a look at that, folks. We're in the middle of the warm-up at the moment, and she's still wet in the Pro Split. So explain that to me, Adam Lavis. No two splits are the same, obviously.
So the way the Tempest works is I can create identical servers for starting point, but Tempest then, once the server launches, the weather develops in its own way throughout the system. It has a rough guideline with your forecasted weather, but there's no guarantee it's going to go in any specific direction. It has a life of its own once the server starts.
All right, that makes it very interesting for all and sundry. David Kirby just reporting back that the Lamb Shanks were great. No doubt they were. We're at 4:46 in the afternoon, European summertime, and 26 kilometre an hour winds in a southwesterly direction, and 20 degrees the ambient, 19 on track, and still a clear wet line on that racetrack at the moment. Let's have a look at some results from the night so far. Of course, we aren't surprised to see Rain Campbell up here that's R-E-Y-N, not the rain falling from the sky. Rain Campbell being promoted from Pro-Am straight up into Pro. We knew that last week. He's going to mix it up with the rest of them tonight. Took the fight to Matty Dench and got pole position. Eli Donaldson third, David Baz, Richard Mitchum, Nick Wood, Dylan Shepard, Damien Cairns, David Bernays and Jared Knight, the top 10. As far as race 1 was concerned, 1 minute 35.725 proves that it was absolutely teeming down in their qualifying session. Race 1, not much better. Rain Campbell over Matty Dench. 0.2 the margin there. Gee, have we found someone to take the fight to Denchy? Oh, mouth-watering prospect that would be. Dylan Shepherd third. Adam Hayne, Nick Wood, Fred Kahn, Brenton Hobson, David Bernays, Damien Cairns and Eli Donaldson, the top 10. How good to see Hobbo out there in one of these things as well. Rightio, let's have a look at the grid. The championship points as they stand coming into this round. Matty Dench on top in the Chev. 63 points. 47 for Aidan Luthwaite, 45 for Ben Woods, 44 for both Aaron Cooper and Sergei Zagorkas. Zagorkas, rather. I knew I'd trip up on that. 39 for Richard Mitchum, 38 for Eli Donaldson, 38 for Mark Gomes, 34 for Rain Campbell, and 31 for David Johnson. Damien Cairns has also been bumped up into pro on 31 points. But yeah, she's raining. There's plenty of rain around for this second race from 5 o'clock in the afternoon European time, United Kingdom time, GMT time. 9 hours ahead we are of the United Kingdom. That would mean that 5 o'clock there in the afternoon is 2 o'clock in the morning over here at the moment, the way things stand. 20 degrees the ambient, 20 on track. Eli Donaldson, Damien Cairns front row, David Bernays, Brenton Hobson second row. Headlights ablaze already. Fred Kahn, Nick Wood third row, Adam Hayne, Dylan Shepherd fourth row, Matty Dench, Rain Campbell fifth row. Sixth row is where you're going to find Sergei Zagorkas and, of course, Jonathan Hooper. Seventh row, Mark Gomez and David Baz. Eighth row, David Christensen, Jake Jackson. Ninth row, Jared Knight, Richard Mitchum. 10th row, Aaron Cooper and Dimitri Agathos. 11th row, Colby Callum, Andrew Neal. 12th row, Brenton Jewell, Greg Brooks. 13th row, Josh Barry, William Yarwood. 14th row, Brady Baldwin, Dave Riddell. 15th row, Chuk Fung Wong and Jordan Malcolm. Michael Hammond not starting this one, nor Greg Brooks or Josh Barry, it's fair to point out. 28 starters. Ford, Audi, BMW, Corvette, Chev, Ferrari, Porsche, all represented out there tonight. And, of course, the Corvettes.
Yeah, I don't think there's any left for the McLarens and Mercedes this season.
No McLaren, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, BMW, Ford, Ferrari. No Lambos in the field tonight. So 6 out of the 9. 6 out of the 9, and we're going race for the second time tonight at Brands Hatch, and it's absolutely tipping down. Let's get back to work. Eli Donaldson brings the field to green and brings them to turn 1. Damien Cairns up in the second spot.
Big stack up mid-pack as we went to green, cars went sideways, and yeah, it's not good.
A few cars didn't get across the start finish line is what you're saying, and puddles on the racetrack already being kicked up as well. Watch them down through turn 2, down into turn 3. This is the trouble point here. This is where it could get very interesting. A sensible, smooth approach so far.
Seems
very
good.
Good.
From race one, they're all over like Skittles.
Jordan Malcolm right at the back of the pack in 28th position.
Yep.
Off goes Mark Gomez. That's not what you want to see.
And you won't be surprised, it looks like everyone is on wets.
Yes, and that's the thing. I, as a commentator, I don't mind that transfer window, if you like. But from a race car driver standpoint, and particularly when I was in go-karts as well, I either wanted it to be properly tipping down or properly dry. I didn't want any sort of indecision. We haven't got that here. We had it in race 1 in the AM split, and it shook things up just nicely. But for these guys, they knew straight away, wet weather rubber, and it will likely be that way for the balance of the night. Damien Cairns slips it off the road. Recovered, but lost out to Dylan Shepherd in the process. Eli Donaldson leads. Brenton Hobson is second. 1 minute 41.934. The opening lap time. I've got the two Adams here alongside me as we watch Aaron Cooper down 8C. Trying to get by on the inside of David Christensen and does so. Oh, they're wide. They've locked it up at 2. Christensen hung out to dry. That has the inside line for the next corner to keep Brady Baldwin at bay for a little bit longer. This is, oh no, there we go. Aaron Cooper loops it. Yep. Tipping down, foggy, miserable. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out for the next short while. Matty Dench up into 8th spot. And what's even more challenging here, Adam, as we know, and it's, again, great to get your insights from a racer's standpoint. You know how to attack these situations, and you know how challenging they can be when we invert the top 10. Add wet weather, add the splash and dash component, add the fact that this is not an easy circuit to overtake on. You've really got to keep your wits about you and play a smart game tonight, not just from the standpoint of trying to get to the finish here, but knowing how key these 4 rounds, these 4 sprint rounds could be in the greatest game of the championship at the end of the season, and points matter. Consistency is key.
100%, especially with his invert top 10 with the sprint series. Denchi's been a prime master of it. He started 10th last week, again 9th this week. He doesn't rush through the field, especially at the start. He lets the field kind of open up a little bit and then starts picking drivers off one by one. So there's a lot of things you kind of got to juggle. You've got to juggle, hey, what's my pace of the around? What's the pitch strategy? Can I get through these guys? And you've got to do it safely. And then most of all, you've got to stay out of trouble. You don't want to get involved in someone else's accident and ruin your race. So, yes, cut down behind your time and just make deliberate moves to get through and move up the field.
Oh, Colby Cowell off the road on the, well, he was on the Indy section of the circuit, the cut through that links those 2 sections of racetrack, the short circuit here at Brands Hatch, but we're going the long Grand Prix circuit this time round. Aaron Cooper actually got a nudge that we didn't see really in the original shot from David Christensen. Here's Brady Balkin's moment. Whoa! That 3rd and final putt finished the job.
Yeah, hot tip. I think the Mustangs and BMWs are going to struggle. I think they're going to go backwards throughout the race, and the Audis and another one around.
Jake Jackson. Oh, company. He's got company.
It's so hard going.
Monkey see, monkey do.
Yeah, it's so hard trying to tip the car in there.
No fast repairs either for these guys, Adam Lavis. So I mean, they've really got to keep their wits about them. One crunch too many, and there's Fred Kahn, case in point. It could be the end of the night. If you end up off the road and acquire too much in the way of damage, just park it. It's done.
Yeah, you just got to stay off everyone and try and yeah, that's one thing about this series. Oh, I think 2's around up front here.
Yep.
Is that Dench?
Oh, that's it. No, I'm not sure. I need to have a look actually. Matty, yeah, I think you're right. Denchi's dropped down to 16. So there's Brenton Jewell having his moment. And here's Dench having his. Did Dench get some help or did he do it all on his own? Oh, they both went.
A little bit of help.
They both went. Yeah, I didn't see Dench because he was well off the road out of shot there. So only 6 minutes gone and already so many compelling stories in this narrative. 4 of 26. Forget about the 26, as I said there earlier. Whenever it's as wet as this, 26 is the number we would be striving for if it was bone dry and safety car free. We won't be getting to, so these guys are literally just racing to 37 minutes. They've not got a lap number in mind. If we fall 1 lap short or 2 laps short, and the lap times around here are about, I think it's 15 seconds. I think I might be right in saying 15 seconds, because what's that? So 26, let me try and backtrack. So if we're talking 26 in 37, that's a little under 9, yeah. It's a little over 6 laps every 9 minutes. So I think the lap times we're normally aiming for are around about those 1 minute 23s, 1 minute 24s. So we're about 10 seconds a lap slower. So the more we go through this race, 8, 9 laps, you're going to lose a lap. So the fact that we're going 26, we could lose 2 or 3 laps of racing here is the point I'm trying to make. Dylan Shepherd 1:35.993 as the race leader, up 7 spots, and the fastest lap of the race. Fred Kahn in 8th at the moment. Twitchy Foot represented in the top 10 in the form of Eli Donaldson, Rain Campbell and Nick Wood. Whiskey Business in the form of Fred Kahn. Also Richard Mitchum for Twitchy Foot. So 1, 2, 3, 4 Twitchy Foots. Jeez.
Yeah, Twitchy Foot have been a big presence this season, so they've come out strong with a lot of numbers. So they're very good to take out the team's championship this season.
And there were a few people that mentioned, as you were talking earlier, that you think the Mustangs and the BMWs, I think it was, there's the rain returning. Look how heavy that is teeming down on your television screens, ladies and gentlemen, at home around Australia.
Yeah,
it is cats and dogs.
Looking at the forecast, we've got a cell, red and yellow cell coming across. It's probably going to last a good couple of minutes here, so I don't think we're going to get a drying track toward the end of this one.
No. So this just amplifies the challenge a little bit further. 8 3/4 minutes gone. Shepherd, Donaldson, Hobson, Campbell and Cairns, the top 5 now. And a gift for Dylan Shepherd so far. He's been able to keep his heels clean and work his way through from 8th on the grid into the lead on lap 6. Whoa, Fred Kahn with a little bit of drift work there.
Dylan's been the quickest car for the past 3 laps, so he's shown how to drive in the wet. But yeah, the rain is absolutely teeming down, so I reckon the lap times are going to drop off just a little bit.
Whoa!
David Baz has.
That around the outside of Fred Kahn.
It's Baz. Baz has no fear in this decision. He just goes for it.
He was pushing hard in race 1, that's for sure. He was taking it to Dench and Rain out front, so if you can keep it on the track, I think Baz is going to do really well here.
No holds barred from David Baz. Dylan Shepherd's fastest lap is still 1:35.993. They're not going to improve on that in these conditions. Sergei Zagorkas already out of business. Jake Jackson out of business. They've been on pit road for a few laps now. So too William Yarwood and Dave Riddell. Josh Barry's parked up. Dimitri Agathos is parked up. So already 6 of the 29 that started in a fair degree of trouble here.
The other thing too is with it now teeming down rain and at times blowing back out again, there's a chance that fuel could be very tight. They might even be able to make it on fuel now with the using less fuel in these wet conditions. So there may be some people that pit, there may be some people who can make it.
That might eliminate some sort of strategy play for some competitors as well. And I mean, Denchi of all people would be across that as we go.
The track is full shiny now. This is going to be very slick.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Denji having that little incident before, I think he would have committed to that fuel-saving strategy and hoping that others would not want to pit. So I think he's going to, do his Denji thing and try and fuel save and not make a pit stop and see where he comes out.
If this was real world, they would have already red flagged it by current modern day standards. And that's why we're very glad that it isn't. Brenton Hobson, an unexpected, uncharacteristic mistake from him. But nice to see a Mustang in the top 10 at the moment. And barely, he's there in 10th place. Dylan Shepherd with a little moment off the road, very briefly, but gets back on. Richard Mitchum sits 9th. Hobbo all over him like a cheap suit. Donaldson's right there, chasing down Shepherd now. Some of the worst conditions we've seen on broadcast.
Oh, Shepherd's real loose.
Very deep, very deep. He pulled it up.
And also, Rain Campbell is reeling these guys in. He is coming for that double win.
Yep. Kurt Nomensen's unfortunately been brought undone by damage in race 2. In AM, we might hear from him shortly in the meantime.
Dylan had a bit of an off there that lap. 5 seconds down compared to the other guys, so looks like he might have had a bit of an off on that lap.
Picking up Jonathan Hooper now in 9th place. Absolutely torrential rain there for a few moments, and you can see the puddles that have been left behind, still torrential as they make their way through.
I'm glad I'm sitting in with you here tonight, Zach, rather than out in the car. That's for sure.
Well, I was going to say you had enough of a shocker in the dry last week, did you not?
Yeah. It's unfortunately Mazzano. It's again short braking distances, and you've got to be aggressive with your overtakes. And apparently I was a little bit too aggressive for some line. So refs decided to put me on the bench this week. So
you kept us entertained, mate. Irrespective of what happened with race control, you kept us entertained, and we appreciate that. Andrew Neil, unfortunately, having a moment there. I think that's given you the best look so far of just the amount of standing water on this racetrack. There's Fred Kahn in 13th place. We've picked up Ryan Campbell. Hounded. Now Dylan Shepherd's had a moment down the bottom of the circuit whilst we're watching replays. Down the back. Wow.
He's done well to catch that.
He's done really well to keep it off the fence. Really well to keep it off the fence.
I mean, at the end of the day, you would have been a passenger there.
Well, we saw in the aim split exactly. We saw in the aim split exactly what happens when you hit that puddle. It just spins the car.
Wow.
Yeah,
Dave Riddell got his fingers crossed at the moment.
Yeah, all the guys are in the 1 minute 40s now, so pace has slowed up massively.
Well, so again, we're not going to hit 26 laps, boys.
Well, Dave's his fingers crossed. He's got a Twitch-foot 1-2 currently, so he'll be loving this.
Eli Donaldson and Ryan Campbell, and obviously the further we go into this race, the more we know that we're not going to make that 26 lap distance. So therefore, that begs the question: how much fuel are you saving with it being also 15, 16, 17 seconds a lap slower than what it would normally be? And therefore, where's your fuel window at? Can you make it home? And clearly we're seeing that Audi is the car of choice. Audi and Porsche are the cut above the rest at the moment.
Yeah, that's it. Again, the BMWs and Fords are going to struggle in weathers like this. So you want something that's going to be nice and predictable, weight in the middle. So the Audi and the Porsche, especially with the weight over the back for that thing. It's look at that water on that corner. It's definitely rather be in here with you tonight.
Let's. I was going to say we need the sweepers out there that clear all the water, the debris, etc. off the circuit. We need them out there. I saw the brooms in action over the weekend as Jordan Malcolm has a moment into the sand, and that looked distinctly like the back of the rejoin. Not too bad, but he's lost some ground obviously. And just having a look here, actually, here's one for you too, boys. When we have a look at the running order, if I can get the bloody mouse across. That's Jordan Malcolm's night done. He's, I think Jordan's parked up and done, but to the credit of everybody else in the field, Brady Baldwin sitting in 21st at the moment, but he's on pit lane as well after an incident. Colby Cowam in 20th. The entire field that's still actually out there on the racetrack and hasn't had to park up or transit pit lane for a substantial period of time are all still on the lead lap. That's really promising to see. We're 15.5 minutes into 37. Reese's Ryan Campbell.
Both twitchy foots at the same time.
No, the kiss of death. Eli Donaldson as well.
Eli just went wide.
Shepherd. Dylan Shepherd will be loving life there because it's gifted in the lead back, but he gifted them a few moments ago. Damien Cairns has also got in on this too and wedged himself between Eli and Ryan Campbell.
He's just having Christmas party right there.
Wow. That's the definition of a seas party.
Christmas in July for Dylan.
Adam, please, language. It's only 9:23 in July. Let's not use those 9-letter C words at this time, please. Too early. Richard Mitchum. Oh dear. I said that on air the other morning. I told people I was going to swear, and all I said was Christmas. They thought I was going to use the other C word. But I feel as though people are getting a little bit too excited at that time of year already.
Mate, well, if KFC is going to be doing the deals they're doing, I'm not going to complain.
Well, that's true, actually. I haven't been to KFC in yonks. I find myself, I only go and have takeaway when I'm away from the house and away and not in the mood to cook, I must say. Although that being said, freezer meals are pretty good these days. You just put them in the microwave for 5 and they're done.
I really like Wilson's made a pit stop and actually only put dries on in these conditions.
Oh, are you kidding me?
Is it game man putting them out?
That's obviously a mistake.
That would be a huge mistake if that's the case, and that's why he's back on pit road now for 220. Down the back straight we go. Damien Cairns is running fourth in behind Rain Campbell. Has just been passed by David Baz. Baz jams it down the inside again. Baz in the Porsche on a charge. So looking at the top 10, just quickly, 1, 2, 3, 4 Porsches at the moment, if you don't mind. 4 Porsches, 3 Audis and 3 Camaros. Sorry, Corvettes. Go, boys. Sorry.
No, it's going to be close. If Baz can keep it on the stuff and Dylan has another off or two, could be those two fighting for the win here. So looks like he might be able to get past the two twitchy foot boys.
I tell you what, David Baz is on tonight. There's no doubt about that. Oh, Fred Kahn has lost the front end. The front bumper bar, the front spoiler, has parted company with the race car. Fred Kahn is still going to race on, though, because that's what Fred does. But surely there'll be a mechanical black flag coming his way shortly. Round they go. Shepherd, Donaldson, Campbell, Baz, Cairns and Wood. We've got Kurt Nomenson's jumped into the con box, so we've got a cast of thousands here already. Not your night in race 2, mates, unfortunately, even though it was drying up in your server.
Yeah, I caught the curb on lap 2. That was on me. I think I tagged with another car when I was steering back across the track. I don't know. I damaged the steering pretty bad for that one, but I kissed the wall later on in the race and got a meatball for straight steering, so I'm a little bit upset with the iRacing damage model on the Mustang. It's a little bit inconsistent compared to the other cars because I watched Ferraris slam into the fence and keep going.
Copy.
But what do you do?
Well, the best of the Ferraris here is Jared Knight down in 18th. Brenton Hobson 17th, all over the back of Brenton.
The visibility, though.
Right, yeah, I know. He is relying on Brenton Jewell to lead the way for him at this point. Look at it. It is torrential out there. Oh, a little bit of a bobble for Jewell. We're watching one of the masters at work here in some of the most trying conditions we've ever dished up. And he's right there. Oh, geez. Yeah, Jules just going to let him go. Jules had a moment. Hobbo's found his way through. Hobson into position number 16.
Dench in the lane.
Second best of those two have pitted. Dench in the lane has come back out after 5.5.
That's telling you. Dench reckons he needs 5 seconds of fuel.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure everyone else is going in about 7.
Yeah, that's right. And he's coming out ahead of Adam Hayne, Brenton Hobson as well. So that tells you the company he's in at the moment. 32 seconds up the road is where you'll find the race leaders. Denchi is 33 seconds off the lead, but I'm not sure it's a 33-second transit. And stop, if he's only taking 16 seconds to go, 16 minutes to go rather. Kurt Nomenson, just quickly going back to you, just elaborate further on your night, please. Jonathan, oh no, sorry mate, Jonathan Hooper had a better idea. He wanted to get his 5 seconds on the broadcast for the night and slammed into the wall again. That bottom bump at the end of the back straight, boys. It strikes
that is a dangerous model.
Also visibility none, so you wouldn't have seen the puddle. Oh, you got both puddles.
The double whammy.
First puddle, put him into the second puddle.
Wow. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, now off goes Fred Kahn as well. Fred Kahn's off the road. He's got back on, but it's another off-track excursion. He drops down to 18th.
Oh, he's lost the rear end entry there. That's right in front of Denchi as well.
Look at the puddles on the ripple strips. I think Adam Burhop's right. he couldn't have timed getting whacked over the knuckles more perfectly. Oh no, Khan! That was what happened to him. Like the Armco.
Then she's just playing it smart. It's the last thing you want to do is get involved with someone.
Here goes Baz. Baz has found his way to Cairns, so deep in the top 5 now.
So the Corvette, the best placed Chev on the circuit. He's Damien Cairns in 4th.
Oh, Baz found the puddle. He's held it though.
Wasn't Baz ahead of Cairns previously? So has he had an off and gone backwards?
Yeah, he was ahead of Cairns. You're right.
They've passed each other once and twice within like a 30-second period on my timeline.
Baz was fighting with one of the cars that's already come into the pit lane. I think I was right in observing.
That's right. Hopefully you can regroup.
But we did. You're right. We did have 2 Porsches, 2 Audis in the top 4 there for a moment, and now Cairns has dropped himself into the mix in 4th ahead of Baz, and Baz now comes to pit lane. So if Baz reckons he needs a splash and dash, this will be interesting. Adam Lavis has found the issue at the end of the previous lap, it would seem. Too deep into the corner. The Winnet or Bennett approach ends up biting David Baz. But not, like, I mean, that's not the worst lose we've seen tonight. It's not the best lose either. But at least he gets back out on the circuit in one piece, and he's still running in the top 5 effectively on corrected order. Actually, oh, geez, that's a 20-second stop for Baz. It's 23. It's done. David Baz, I don't think you'll see any more of him.
Yeah, he might have got a penalty on the way.
I think he's had a packet loss, has he?
Not sure, but this is one of those tracks where if you touch the paint on the pin entry, straight away penalty.
Oh, trouble.
Aaron Cooper just can't get luck.
Cooper. And he smashed into Sergey. Sergey, who was out on the circuit a couple of laps down, just circulating to get points, hopefully, has had a monumental moment. And watch the rejoin. Bang.
Yeah,
I reckon Sergey might end up here next week, Adam. He might end up in your place.
No comment on the matter.
No, copy that. Thank you. To be honest, unless you're in the same vicinity or the same company as the likes of Ray Charles or Stevie Wonder, I don't think you need to make comment on that. I think it was self-explanatory.
Jeez. You're going to get me in trouble here, Zach.
well, I've got to do something. Your mate Graham hasn't stopped by to wind things up and get you in trouble for me. So, no, Adam Hayne in true. Adam Hayne in 11th spot at the moment. I thought it was going to actually be real juicy, real spicy, real entertaining with you two both. Yeah, right.
I'll see what I can do.
So, in saying all of that, let's just copy Adam Hayne around the outside of David Christensen. Adam Hayne to 9th. Christensen gets him back on the inside on the run to turn 1. Hayne will look to do the up and under on the run to turn 2. I feel sorry for Kurt. We've been trying to give him a word for about 15 minutes already, and we have not had an opportunity to take a breath here. So, Dave Riddell, Jake Jackson are sitting there in pit lane at the moment. Dimitri Agathos is parked up, so too Josh Barry, so too Mark Gomez, Jordan Malcolm, Sergey Zagorkas has now finally conceded defeat. William Yarwood's got back out onto the circuit, punches out a PB after 10 laps, though he's still significantly like 5 or 6 laps down on these guys, but the problem is we don't know exactly how far we're going to fall shy of that 26 target, so we don't know what the 75% marker is just yet for Will Yarwood and whether there's any merit in him still being out there. Brady Baldwin's in pit lane and has been for 3 minutes. David Baz has now parked up and is out of the race. It looked like packet loss the way he was blinking in and out of the pit light there. And Aaron Cooper now back on pit lane for another minute. And off track goes Jared Knight. Oh, geez, it's all happening in the United Kingdom as Eli Donaldson comes to pit lane. So the leaders, one of the leaders is now on pit road. Dylan Shepard continues to lead the way. 7.5 seconds on Ryan Campbell and Richard Mitchum, who'd be loving these conditions.
So if there's any consolation or good news to these guys, it looks like the actual rain has stopped falling.
On the track tonight.
No, it's back. It's just lighter. It's not as heavy now. So it's still raining, but not as heavy.
I don't think they'll even dry it tomorrow. We could leave them out there all night. This thing's wet till the end. And there goes Colby Cowham. And quickly to Kurt, just to quickly elaborate, mate, the transitional conditions between race 1 and race 2, what was the difference?
The track was completely blown dry for race 2. There was, like, you could brake anywhere. Even the curbs were dry. There was absolutely nothing.
There you go. Your mate's finally in the house, Adam.
Serious.
Mission accomplished. Well done. Hello, Graham. Thanks for finally joining us. Only an hour late, but that's okay. 9:34 Eastern Standard Time. We've been here since 6:30, ladies and gentlemen, or thereabouts. We're ready to very much park up and go to bed, I can tell you. But not before we get through this final 10 minutes here and the GT3 post-race show as well. When you do go back and watch the replay, just remember we've got rounds 1 and 2 of the supercars on this broadcast after not having the ability to broadcast the opening round of their season last week due to some power issues at Adam Lavis's end, and the entire Northern Rivers was down at the same point, I might add. Let's ride on board with Brenton Hobson following David Christensen. And I think Garen Cooper's comments will be echoed and shared by a few of his fellow participants out there, fellow drivers, alumni in GT3 Pro, that this is not enjoyable. It's about to be very unenjoyable for David Christensen here, under serious heat. From Brenton Hobson! He tried to get down the inside, he wasn't able to. Dylan Shepherd and Ryan Campbell on the pit road, well picked up from you, Adam. And we are watching one of the masters at work here in Brenton Hobson try and find a way by David Christensen, and you're getting a brilliant illustration here, ladies and gentlemen, as to how difficult overtaking is on this circuit at the best of times, let alone when it is raining cats and dogs. Look at this, Jonathan Hooper off the road.
He's got no rear wings, that's not going to help him.
Damien Cairns, Nick. Oh, wow. What a moment there.
That was right in front of Shepherd, too. And Eli from second or third here.
Yep. The end of lap 18, Eli Donaldson off the road there, but he got back going. David Bernays, David Christensen, Fred Kahn all into pit lane. Brenton Hobson's now running 9th. Nick Wood came in that time round. So too Damien Cairns, so too Richard Mitchum, so too Ryan Campbell and Dylan Shepherd. And Rook, who's third?
Yeah, he's called the strategy. Look at him.
Rook, who's third?
So again, just Dempsey using his brain, getting out of all the fog and all the mist to put in the lap times, get ahead and jump ahead of the field.
Just so intelligent, like so race smart wise, isn't he?
100%, but some of these guys' racing IQ is through the roof, and the little details that they pick up on, like slowing up 2 seconds so they get the white flag, save on fuel. It's just, yeah, some of these guys' racing IQs are through the roof.
Heavy rain is back.
Yeah, we can't get rid of it tonight. It will be a challenge for these guys right to the very end. 5.5 minutes to go. So Kurt, really, if anything, it would have done you more favours if you were dished up this sort of wet weather rather than dry.
Yeah, I think so. We would have had a few more spins, but it is what it is. I probably overdrove a little bit trying to chase down the guys after an accident. Bagged them all, and that's that. But
Colby is struggling in this Mustang.
Yeah, the Mustang is not following up the wet.
No, and those comments were echoed by Adam here earlier, you said the BMWs and the Fords would struggle, and they have.
Say
I mean,
that
you look
Adam
at the top
Haynes
10.
up in sixth.
Yeah, so Adam Hayne in the Bimmer is the exception to the rule. You've got the Corvettes of Dench and Cairns in the top 10, so too David Bernays. So this top 10 looks distinctly different now. There's only... Whoa! Off goes Brenton Hobson. We spoke too soon. The kiss of death on the champ. Shepard leads. Nick Wood is 8. They're the 2 Porsches in the 10. 3 Audis, 2, 3 and 5. Campbell, Donaldson. Oh, Richard Mitchum's off the road. Richard Mitchum's off the road, and that was Hobbo's moment.
That painted curve in the wet, that you touch that, you're in that inside fence.
Oh, wow. What about this? And Richard Mitchum joins him. Out of sympathy. Further up the lap.
Yeah, I think he also got the puddle as well as that painted curve.
And there's another big name as well.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Here's Damien Cairns. Down to 90s dropped. And this is why. Oh, just as Mitchum got back going. Wow. All right, so the top 10 now looks distinctly different because Jared Knight, who's also had a moment here, has got back on the road and is up 7 spots on where he started. He's running 10th in the Ferrari. You've got 3 Corvettes, you've got 3 Audis, a Bimmer and 2 Porsches. So what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4 different manufacturers. No Fords in the top 10 now. There were no Lambos on this grid tonight. No Mercedes, no McLaren. And which one am I bloody missing? No, there's 5 manufacturers, sorry, in the top 10. 5. I was wondering what the hell was going on. So no Lambos, no McLarens, no Mercs. Everyone else in the race, as far as our manufacturer representation is concerned. The only one not in the top 10 is the Ferrari. There's a Corvette, there is a Ford, there is a Porsche, there is a BMW, there is an Audi. I feel like I'm doing the letter count after the Maze run for James Sherry's Amazing back on the 7 Network in the 90s. Have a look at that. I think it's, without trying to compare apples with oranges, it might be heavier now than what it was earlier, boys.
Yeah, it looks like, the rain's come down a lot heavier, so a lot of these guys having issues in turn 4. I think it's just the rain's coming down and the track conditions have changed lap to lap and it's catching these guys out.
Yeah, I think there's a little puddle just on the outside of turn 4, so when it starts to rain, it might just be touching because it wasn't there earlier on in the race.
And that's the thing, like, this is right. What you're seeing here and now, ladies and gentlemen, is testament, actually. Let's be honest. Let's give credit where it's due. We bagged them a lot because there's some imperfections here. But this is testament to what the Tempest weather system was designed for. You know, that real world, real life effect of puddles forming on the racetrack, standing water, all that sort of stuff. And as you've just noticed, Kurt, there's puddles forming that weren't there a few laps ago. The heavier the rain gets, the more that standing water is going to become a problem. Off goes Nick Wood. That was spectacular. Brenton Jules also off the road. We're on lap 22. We're only going to get to 23. Next time by will be the white flag, so we're going to fall 3 laps short of distance. Or scheduled distance at least. Damien Cairns trying to get back by David Bernays.
Hey,
That's the only active battle in the top 10 at the moment.
Hey, for all the flack that you give Barney, he's toughening out. He isn't even wearing a poncho.
He hasn't worked hard enough to be given one yet.
That's it. And I think Denji's going to do very well in the championship here. Aiden, unfortunately, wasn't here tonight. And again, Ben Woods as well, and Aaron Cooper hasn't had the best night as well. So I think Denji's going to do very well and probably doesn't need to push, just keep it on the track and take third tonight.
Oh!
Yeah, you can see the puddle starting to form at turn 3 there too.
These guys are fighting hard. They know there's only 1, maybe 2 laps left, and they're battling for sheep stations here.
That was smart by Cairns. He took the racing line, the go-kart line, and swamped Bernays, and Hobbo was like, I'll have some of that too.
Hopefully he just eyes forward now, and he's driving away from them, so he's get out this week.
Off goes
commentator's
Damien
curse.
Cairns.
You just gave him a commentator's curse.
And Greg Heaney's just joined us as well, so that'll be to give us some updates from the Pro-Am, I'm sure. We'll hear from him shortly. Clock has expired. Dylan Shepherd is on the way home. We're going to get 23 of the 26 laps. You can see why we're not going full race distance. Brenton Jewell, the latest casualty at the end of the back straight. Dylan Shepherd on his way home. So, I mean, he had a good run the other night in the Porsche in conditions so much better than this. The team from Pulse Tuning made the comment the other night that the European summer hasn't been terribly kind in iRacing circles. It's just reflecting what we've seen in the real world. It's absolutely poured down at times over the last 2 weeks at Wimbledon. The tennis finishes, but the rain stays. And Dylan Shepherd is showing what a jack of all trades he is. Right place, right time. Ryan Campbell's going to be a name to watch going forward. We knew that last week after what we saw in Pro-Am. And now, of course, Matty Dench has salvaged something from nothing and will end up on the podium. So another good haul of points for him as he goes out in pursuit of title number 11. Dylan Shepherd, 2 wins in the space of 96 hours on the platforms of the Gentleman Sim Racing Club. Got the Porsche win the other night. Gets this one here. Race 2 of round 2 of Waste Options GT3 goes to the Porsche from Blackout Electrical Solutions and Sonic Motor Racing. Second to Campbell, third to Dench, fourth to Hayne, and fifth to Donaldson. Yes. Oh, wow. Eli Donaldson was fifth. Richard Mitchum. I would have probably anticipated that Rich would have been a little bit further up than that, given the conditions would have been well known to him. He would have been well versed to them, given that was his part of the world once upon a time. Nick Wood, Brenton Hobson got home in 8. David Bernays, Damien Cairns make up the top 10. We ended up with 4 manufacturers. Actually, no, 5. Porsche, Audi.
Fred Kahn, after all those mishaps he's had, he's managed to stick a 12th in.
12th, that's ridiculous, isn't it? And, 4 different manufacturers in the top 4, 5 in the top 10, and there are only 6 in the race. So, yep, Porsche and Audi reigned supreme, and the track slowly got to the Corvette in the end, and the BMW. And Denchi still found a way onto the podium, which Adam, I didn't think was going to be an option for him early in the piece, but that's the class of the great man, and that's why he is the Denchmark.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he's racing IQ. He got out of the traffic early, pitted before everyone else, got himself some clear tracks, stayed out of trouble, and fought his way up the field, and did all of his overtaking while people were in the pits. So yeah, it just shows his racing IQ is right up there.
Indeed it is, and that's why he's still a cut above. Even, I mean, let's be perfectly honest, he's learning these conditions, this system, at the same time as everybody else. It's not like he's had a leg up with it. He's learning it just as everybody else is, but it's the intelligence of the bloke. And we know Adam Lavis, you've sat here and watched enough of these with me, we know that wet weather racing, sorry, not wet weather racing, but sprint racing rather, has been his Achilles heel at times over the last few seasons. It didn't show tonight.
Well, at the start of the race it did, but he managed to clean it back tonight. He had a bit of a shocking first half of the race, but did everything he could to salvage, and salvage he did.
Salvage he did indeed. That was fantastic. Good stuff. Dylan Shepherd, Ryan Campbell, Matty Dench, Adam Hayne, Eli Donaldson, Richard Mitchum, Nick Wood, Brenton Hobson, and David Bernays, with Damien Cairns making up the top 10. Outside of that, Christensen, Kahn, Fung Wong, and that was it. 13 cars only on the lead lap. Hooper, Neal, Jewell, Cowham, Knight, Yarwood, and Cooper. Although, that being said, the rate of attrition there, we got to 23 laps. So, touch and go for William Yarwood. Let me just do this quickly. 23 minus 25%, 17.25. He got home 5 laps down, 18. That's fine. He's in. William Yarwood will get classified. Everyone down to him gets classified. So that includes Jared Knight, Colby Callum, and Brenton Jewell. That's it. Aaron Cooper was one of a long list of retirements in that second race of round 2. So Adam Burhop, the question to you before we get stuck into the post-race show and have a chat to all these other mad bastards, and they are mad for staying out there and persevering with it tonight, ladies and gentlemen, no doubt about that. Mad as a cut snake. Gavin Simpson winning Heat 1 of Pro-Am from Dane Snadden, Warren Ibert, Bevan Moyes and Michael Edwards. Mark Foster was there in 6th spot, alongside Adam Chiplin, Aaron Farmer, Adam Proctor, and Ryan Preston, the top 10. So that's not too bad as far as the feature results were concerned. Gavin Simpson doubled up, did it again, and they got to their 26th lap, so it must have been bone dry there as well. Michael Edwards, Sean Benici, Mark Foster, Eduardo Zamora, James Frencone, Ben Lavender, Bevan Moyes, Adam Chiplin, and Nathan Norman, the top 10 in GT3 Pro-Am's second race at Brands Hatch. And as far as the AM split feature was concerned, Adam, have we got them yet? We'll get to them. All right. Just as we do that, Adam, thank you to you very much for coming in at this point and spending the last hour or so with us. We will let you go in a moment. Okay. Hang on. Wrong one. We'll come back to that. Okay. Adam, just quickly to you, when we look at the rest of this calendar, mate, I mean, Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps next week, 90 minutes. That's a test in its own right. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some wet weather thrown into the mix there as well. But from your standpoint, I want to know 2 things. 1, your thoughts on Spa, and B, when exactly we might see you back in the race car. Will it be next week?
At this round, at this point in time, yeah, it should be next week. So hopefully I can get us a couple of safety points back and through the repeal process. But yeah, that'll hopefully be in the car again next week. And as for Spa, I don't think too many guys are going to be doing too much practice because they've got 24 hours of it this weekend. So everyone should be an absolute expert of the circuit for next week. Throwing in some weather, that's going to be interesting. So Eau Rouge, again, loading the car up, going through there. It's going to throw some curveballs, that's for sure. So, yeah, looking forward to it and forward to seeing what Adam throws in for us. So hopefully not too many curveballs, but yeah, looking forward to it.
Indeed, very nicely done. Mate, very nice of you to come in here and have a chat with us throughout the course of the evening. I greatly appreciate it, more tonight than ever. Not just because you're on the sideline, so you had nothing better to do, but let's be perfectly honest, my voice box has been on Struggle Street from the outset tonight, so to have you here to relieve some pressure off it, I am very, very grateful. So appreciate that. Let's hope that you can do the talking on track next week.
Cheers, lads. As always, excellent broadcast, and yeah, happy to fill in whenever I can. But yeah, prefer to be in the car. So thanks very much, lads. I'll let you get through the post-race interviews.
It's like when we chat to Kurt. If he's coming in partway through the race, we're like, well, we're happy to see you, but we wish it was about 20 minutes later. Same applies to you. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Hopefully we'll see you a little bit later on in the week as well. As we say, it's a GT3 thing that we've encountered tonight. So I'm not sure what that means for other championships or anything like that, but we'll hopefully see Adam Burhop back on circuit on a more regular basis throughout the course of the season. Kurt Nomanson's here. I'll get your thoughts on next week in just a moment, mate. Let me get to, we've got Gavin Simpson here as well, the winner of the Pro-Am split, and I might start there because we've got Greg Heaney as well, and then we'll have a chat with Dylan and Rain. Greg, welcome into you. Talk us through your night, please. I'm not terribly optimistic of what you're going to say because you arrived here whilst we were still going with GT3 Pro, but that might have been a case of you guys started a little bit earlier than we did, and I might be reading too much into it.
No, you're right. There was a 5-minute break or delay on the Pro start, so that way it gives Adam and the master of buttons over there time to switch servers. No, it wasn't a bad night for myself. Couldn't get the car together for qualifying. I just didn't want to hook up. So started from the back wherever I started. Managed to drive my way through to 16th, race 1. So happy with that for a result. And that was in the wet. And then it was bone dry for the feature race. We had no rain to speak of whatsoever. I almost killed a BMW, so I had to take evasive action for that. So that dropped me down about 4 spots. And then it was just hold station for the rest of it, really.
And how difficult was that? Because I mean, we were getting mixed reports here. With I mean, we had Adam Burhop's great insight as well, and we appreciate that. But he said for the wet weather conditions, it was going to be terrible for the Mustangs and the BMWs. However, the dry weather, which manufacturers favoured the best as far as your server was concerned, please?
I think it was the kind of an even mix. I think the Porsches and obviously the BMW, as it always does, but the Porsches, the BMWs, the Corvettes were okay. El Presidente was pretty quick in his Mustang. I couldn't catch him in the end. I think I'd already destroyed my tyres, but no, I think it was a pretty even spread across the whole field in the Pro-Am split in the dry.
All right, very nicely done. I mean, you mentioned El Presidente. We get to focus on you guys wholly and solely next week, mate. We're very excited about that. 90 minutes around Spa. But a quick comment from you before we go and have a chat to the Pro boys with regards to the rest of your team and how you've fared tonight. I mean, because different servers, different challenges, different conditions.
Yeah, I did see you guys put up the results for the AM split. So well done to Pavlo. He had some good results there. Myself, Matt, Dane, and Ryan, we all did fairly well. About mid-pack. It was a fairly large field for the Pro-Am split. So we're about mid-pack in the end of that. And well done to Fred and Andrew for finishing in the top 15. Andrew was really concerned that he was just going to be slow and off pace tonight. So from the looks of it, he wasn't too bad. By the look of it, unlucky for William Yarwood. I'm not entirely sure what happened. I'll have to watch that back and see what actually happened there.
So was that a successful conversation that you had with William Yarwood, was it?
In terms of getting him onto the team?
Yes.
Yeah, it was a case of Andrew was not in channel or not in racing with us at one point, and he was out, I think he was out for work, so he's jumped on the Discord on his phone, and he's like, William's over in the other channel, go and have a chat with him. Oh no, I'll go and have a chat with him. So Andrew's jumped over. He's like, then he's jumped back. He's like, Greg, when you get a second, jump over and have a chat with William. So I did, and I'm like, hey William, I sent you a Discord invite, and that was pretty much it.
Yep. No, you've got a good steer in your ranks there in William Yarwood. Don't worry about that. The bloke's a legend in Australian karting circles and still giving back to the sport this day. Runs a very successful operation and has been very busy in recent weeks with Queensland State Championships and other things. I mean, what would you have preferred tonight, Greg? I mean, would you have preferred properly wet, properly dry, or the transition that's the AM split boys got?
Look, I was fine either way. Brands Hatch in the dry is a good track to drive. It's fun. In the wet, yes, it's challenging, but it certainly makes for some interesting passing manoeuvres and certainly some interesting side-by-side racing, as Andrew's trying to throw another plug for the team. But no, it was a good night. I know we did a practice session last night. One of the guys threw one up, which was a wet to dry, and the track dried out so fast. Like you would have seen in our first race that the track dried up so quickly, it was ridiculous.
Indeed, it did, and it started to dry up in the AM split as well, but it's just been wet here in Pro, and we'll get the thoughts of all the boys on that in just a few moments' time. But in saying that, mate, as you can see, we've got a fair few people to get through here, so let's make this the last one for you. Two-parter. What's on for the rest of the week? What's your next assignment? You've already mentioned, it's already been mentioned here that Spa is the next stop and that the 24 is on this weekend. So obviously the question regarding Spa is, are you fielding some runners in the iRacing official 24s? And then does that serve you well for prep for 90 minutes around there next Monday night?
Okay, so first things first off the rank, we'll go this week, so I'll be back on again tomorrow with SFLs. Then Wednesday's going to be practice for Spa for the 24. We are fielding a team. At this point in time, I think we've probably got about 6 drivers for our one. Being that we're all East Coast, we're spreading it out as best we can. So we'll all do a few hours each here and there and make sure everybody can work around life outside of the sim. Then Thursday will be Porsche and DFL. And then obviously Saturday we'll jump on into Spa, and then Monday we'll do it all again.
Indeed, we will, and looking forward to it immensely. And when we get to Spa, I think everyone looking forward to the fact that it's the first of 3 90-minute races this season. I mean, if the conditions are anything like tonight, it'll be a strong challenge around there as well, mate. We remember when the Tempest weather system first launched that we had a wet, dry situation there at Spa, and it proved quite challenging, quite entertaining too.
Yes, that it will. I did some wet lap practice in prep for the Spa 24. It is certainly an interesting track if you put the car in the wrong spot.
Indeed it is. All right, mate, thank you for that. We'll catch up with you on Thursday.
No worries.
All right, there he is, Greg Heaney. Very nicely done. Kurt, let me finish with you as well. Just run us through what the rest of your week looks like, please.
I'll be doing the introductory formula and the Super Formula Lights tomorrow, and then production cars, and then the Downforce Legends and the IndyCar. That's the main focuses anyway. I don't know if I'll do GT4 yet. Haven't done that this season and wasn't thinking about it, so we'll just see from there.
Indeed, and initially, your thoughts on Spa. I mean, as long as it's not like, if it's anything like race 1 this week, you're going to tick the box, you're going to be happy, but if it's a repeat of race 2, maybe not so.
Yeah, we'll see how we go. I got the 24-hour this weekend, so I'll get a few laps in, not in the Mustang, but in the BMW, so pretty similar, so hopefully that helps when it comes to Monday night.
Indeed, buddy. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate you stopping in and having a chat to us after both the supercars and also the GT3s go well for the rest of the week. We'll see you Thursday.
No worries, thank you.
Already 2 weeks in, 4 nights of broadcast, and we've already had a good share of wet weather racing. It's going to be a good season if that is going to keep up like that. To Gavin Simpson, because he's the Pro-Am winner tonight, and then we'll get to some stalwarts and some legends of the caper. The names Hobson and Dench have entered the room, ladies and gentlemen. We're excited about that. Gavin, welcome into you, mate. Just talk us through your night, because as I say, we didn't cover Pro-Am. We're going to do that next week. You're going to be on broadcast for the whole 90 minutes, mate. But well done on doing the double at Brands Hatch in what looked like challenging conditions for the pros. What were the conditions like for you guys?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't expecting to be here. Didn't know how I was going to go actually, but yeah, the qualifying did a really solid lap in qualifying. Put me up the top of the grid for the heat race. That was solid wet at the start. I don't know. I just felt comfortable. The track started to dry out. We're about halfway through, like 8 laps or so. And by that stage, a couple of the guys had unfortunately spun out on the curbs and that, and I just held on for the heat win. That then obviously reverse grid for the feature race, and yeah, like I said, I just had it hooked up tonight and just made my way through, got out in first, and didn't look back basically, and yeah, just cruised it home after the pits and made sure I made it home.
Indeed. Now, this is the first time we've had a chance to catch up with you, mate. So, I mean, just talk us through, A, the Gavin Simpson sim racing story, B, what car you've gone with for this season, and C, what you're most looking forward to about the next rounds.
Yeah, so I've recently joined Frog League Juiced Racing, and I'm privileged to be racing alongside them, so I thank them firstly.
Yep.
I've taken out the Ferrari in this season. I don't know if there was many around me, to be honest. I believe there was a lot of Porsches. Porsches, I think, were the go-to car this week. That might be because of selection, or if they've taken that little penalty I think there is. But yeah, I came out on top, so I mean I'm at an all-time high at the moment. I haven't felt this good in a while, so
excellent. That's what we like to hear. So when you say you've just joined those boys and their team, I'm guessing. I mean, I've been here for a little while. I'm guessing you're also a new member to the club. So were they your mutual connection here? Is that how you found out about what we do?
Yeah. So like I said, I've only joined Frog Leap very, very recently, and just got posted up if I've ever raced with gentlemen's, and I said nah, never have, and yeah, just thought, Monday nights are a bit quiet for me at the moment. I'll, do something a little bit different, and joined in, and yeah, last week was entertaining, and yeah, come out again this week and had a lot of fun.
Indeed you did. Now, talking about the rest of the season, will we see you on the grid regularly the remaining 8 championship rounds?
At the moment, I can't see myself being anywhere else but on the grid.
Excellent. That's good to see. All right, let's wrap this one up then, because as I say, we're going to get a better look at you guys on track next week. Talk to me about Spa-Francorchamps and your initial thoughts on that, and the fact that it's 90 minutes, not sprint racing.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit different. Obviously, a little bit more. I'm guessing there's going to be a little bit more strategy in it. But yeah, like everyone said, everyone's going to be practicing for the 24 hours, so we should know the track like the back of our hands. It'll just be who's got the best setup and consistency over a longer race.
Indeed it will be, and obviously we don't know what the weather conditions are going to be dishing up by at this point of night, so we'll find out on the night what sort of challenge awaits us there, and that will no doubt shake things up once more like it did tonight, if there is any precipitation in the forecast. Hey, well done on the double. It looks like the Frog Boys have recruited well, so congratulate them as well, and all the best for the rest of this week, and we look forward to seeing you on the grid next Monday night, mate. Well done.
Thank you very much.
There he is, Gavin Simpson. Always nice to have new names, new faces, new people joining the club, but then even nicer that they actually stop by and say hello in the broadcast, because we know that the struggle has been real in recent times to have some drivers join us in the post-race show. No shortage of them tonight, though. And the big names are wheeling and dealing, ladies and gentlemen, front and centre. We've got Brenton Hobson, we've got Matty Dent, we've got Rain Campbell, but I want to start with the master of the rain tonight. And it's not rain, it was actually Dylan Shepherd. 2 wins in 96 hours, mate. First up in the Porsches the other night, and then, of course, another nice result here in GT3. So talk me through the night that was, and the charge from 8th on the grid in race 2 through to the checkered flag and being a victor by 3.81 seconds, I should say.
Yeah, another awesome night. Yeah, wet weather, being a karter, always love it. Yeah, so didn't get too many laps in practice. Qualified okay for what I thought I was. Made my way a little bit through race 1. Felt like I had decent pace. I didn't feel like I put enough fuel in, so I fuel saved for a bit, which cost me a bit of time. But yeah, came 3rd in race 1, which put me 7th for race 2 grid, and yeah, I was just lucky enough to avoid a bit of carnage off the start, and yeah, picked my way through. Wasn't smooth sailing the whole way, made a bit of a mistake with the changing conditions. Like, it never completely dried up, but it was definitely, track would get 2 or 3 seconds quicker, and then it would rain heavier again. And being the lead car and having no one to follow and gauge off, it sometimes caught me out. So the boys behind, Rain, caught me a bit, got in front of me actually, and then he came unstuck with the changing conditions. So yeah, lucky to hold on. Really great fun. The wet is just awesome. And I think probably a little bit lucky to be in a Porsche in the rain. I think that's always a bit of an advantage.
A little bit lucky as well that I mean, the race was allowed to run full distance, because there's no way any real-world race wouldn't have been red flagged in those conditions. They were atrocious.
Yeah, 100%. When it was great to be in the lead and see, but yeah, when Rain and his teammate got in front of me after a mistake, I was like, well, this is what they're dealing with. Jeez, no wonder I had it easy at the front. So yeah, I think it probably would have been red flag in real life, but the GSRC boys were built tough, so we'll
Exactly.
race it out.
Quick memo and hello to Motorsport Australia on that note. Now, very quickly, let's talk about that evolution, mate, because I mean, we didn't see race 1, but I'm reliably informed that the weather wasn't much better for that either.
No, race 1 was pretty much just wet the whole way. I didn't really feel the conditions changed too much. It didn't really get any quicker, any slower throughout the race. It was kind of just the same pace. But race 2, yeah, it was really interesting. You could just see the raindrops not be so consistent on the windshield, and yeah, all of a sudden you're 2 or 3 seconds quicker and you're braking 100 meters later, and then the next lap you try and do the same thing and it's poured down a bit more and you end up flying off the track.
I think the next addition to the Tempest weather system needs to be hail, because that's how dark the sky looked tonight. It looked as though it could have probably rained both water and ice at the same time. It was quite extraordinary. Hey, when we're talking about the 2 incidents respectively, firstly yours, then the 2 Audis at the same time, I might add, Eli Donaldson and Ryan Campbell. You must have been pinching yourself. You wouldn't have been able to imagine your luck at that point.
Yeah, 100%. Got very lucky with that. Unfortunately, did make my own mistake, and got back behind them. Didn't lose too much time. Car was still straight, thankfully. And I felt like I could definitely pull in Eli. Rain was definitely top of his class tonight. But I was hanging on with him, and there was probably just one corner on the whole track where he was driving away from me, but the rest of the lap I could kind of stay with him or catch him a little bit to the early sectors. But yeah, we came in the corner and it was only Rain I saw spinning to begin with, so I've gone to avoid him as he's going, and then realised that Eli in front of him's gone as well, so I've had to really do a bit of an avoidance there. But luckily that got through, and luckily that Rain and Eli got to keep racing, because as much as you like an easy win, but it's also fun to have someone on your tail. And in that condition, in one side you're trying to be safe to get the win, but on the other side you hate seeing the gap close up, so you're pushing anyway.
And what about the old experienced hand of M. Dench? I mean, caught up in an incident early, plummeted down outside the top 15, and still a threat there towards the end as well. So you knew that it wasn't just Rain you had to worry about, but Denchy was catching him too. So any mistake in the tail stage of the race was going to be costly, but you had to treat the track and the car with respect.
Yep, yeah, nailed it on the head there. Denchy's just done what Denchy does. And I think on the lap before I pitted, I looked at the relative and went, oh, he's 18 seconds behind or something, he'll be right, he'll be fine. And then coming out of the pits, oh, he's 4 seconds behind. he's saved a bit of fuel, or he's nailed his strategy. So yeah, definitely put the pressure on. And yeah, again, just in the last 3 or 4 laps, I was watching that gap and I was like, I've got to keep pushing, but I've just got to not make a mistake at the same time. So the boys kept the pressure on, even though they were a couple of seconds back, the pressure was definitely there.
Indeed it was. And must be nice to not just, I mean, you carved up in the one make race the other night, but it must be nice to be able to do it in a multi-manufacturer beast like GT3. And there are subtle differences. We've been through these before between one Porsche and the other, but obviously track conditions, circuit, all that was different as well. You just got to make the best of the situation on the night, don't you?
Yeah, 100% right. We all know how the balance of performance is sometimes with GT3 cars, and sometimes Porsche can be a bit unlucky, but at the same time, the Corvette that Denchy drives can be horrible at some places as well. So probably got a bit lucky that tonight's my first round for this series, for the GT3 this championship. Yeah. Anyway, probably a bit lucky that it was raining. The Porsche's really well known for being strong. I think the Audi was pretty strong as well though, so yeah, it was interesting. No, it was good.
Now, obviously, similar to your Porsche Thursday night commitments, real-world commitments might get in the way of seeing you on a regular basis here, but I guess I want you to comment on, you're across the old system with regards to the grass and gravel and the new system. Do you reckon the fact that the improvements in the way the grass and the gravel traps play might have also helped you tonight, because it looked as though you were carrying a fair bit of speed when you ended up off the road, but you were lucky to, as you say, be able to rejoin without any damage, really.
Yeah, 100%. They've definitely improved it. We definitely saw how people were gaming the system seasons ago, but yes, they've done such an improvement on it. I was probably pretty lucky. I kind of knew I was going probably before the corner, or probably on entry. I started losing it, so I was on the brakes pretty hard, just trying to stop it rotating into the fence. So luckily, I washed off a lot of speed, and then the grass has slowed me up a little bit as well. So very lucky, and very lucky that iRacing have improved their system, I think.
Indeed. All right. So with this round in the can, and we know that you might be a semi-regular fixture on the grid here going forward, Spa's the next stop. Will you get back from the weekend in Sydney early enough to be able to commit to next Monday night in 90 minutes?
I guess I would be. Should be flying home Sunday night. Hopefully the boss gives me the day off work. Spend all day practicing and catching up on everyone else who's got to do 24 hours of it. So I'd love to be there. I'm hoping to be here. And I want to be here as much as I can for both the Thursday night and the Monday night. So I just can't get enough of the GSRC.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. And we can't get enough of seeing you on top step of the podium, mate. Very nicely done. 2 wins in the space of 5 days. So go and enjoy that. Good luck. I know we don't see you Thursday night because you'll be getting ready in Sydney, but good luck with everything down in Sydney this weekend, and we'll be watching on and cheering on.
Yeah, cheers. I always appreciate it. And appreciate all the boys for racing and all the people behind the scenes. Thanks, guys.
There he is, Dylan Shepherd. Hey, very nicely done. The master of the rain tonight. And speaking of rain Campbell's here. Let's get him in for a chat. So you backed up your dominance of Pro-Am with a pretty solid performance in Pro, mates. It's nice to look at this championship and realise that there's not just one serious championship contender. There might be 2 or 3 now.
Yeah, I was pretty surprised coming into, especially like qualifying. Obviously getting pole, I ran out of fuel coming onto the main straight and still got it somehow and improved on the last lap. So I don't know how that happened, but and then I was pretty pumped to hold off Denchi in race 1. He had some serious pace and win the heat, so that was pretty cool. Obviously made a mistake in the feature and sort of threw that away, but that's all right. Still ended up on the podium, so it wasn't too bad.
Indeed, and quick comment from you with regards to the weather, because I'm just having a look at Ben's comment here. You monstered the rain tonight, first and second in the 2 races. I was about to ask you about race 1, kept Denchi at bay both. Great job for someone that was in Pro-Am last week. Agreed, yeah. Can't echo that or agree with that more, quite frankly. What a debut in the top split here in prime time on a Monday night. It seemed as though the Audis and the Porsches were the picks of the bunch tonight. So quickly, I have to ask you about the transition from qualifying to race 1 to race 2. In your time in the server here, have you raced in weather conditions anywhere near as atrocious as those tonight?
Yeah. I did a league race last season in another league that was pretty much similar conditions, which that was just when it came out, and it was pretty chaotic. Just sort of knew that if you learned where the puddles are and that sort of thing, keep it pretty consistent from a brake force level and keep your sort of markers pretty consistent, then you should be all right. But it's not easy. Your eyes are out of your head majority of the race, trying to sort of keep it on the track. And as it was changing in race 2 all the time, there was a couple of moments there where I was sort of really deep under brakes, trying to downshift and keep the car straight. And yeah, but held it on just.
Indeed it was. Andrew Neal echoing what we're thinking at the moment as well. That you should never have been in Pro-Am to begin with. However, in saying that, that's the rules of the club. We have systems in place where we can allocate it and adjust it accordingly if needs be. That's it, exactly. Benny's highlighting it. First timers have to start there. And then whether they get demoted or promoted, that's up to the Matrix and their performance. And Dylan Shepherd even sending on his congratulations now that he's jumped from the booth into the comment thread as well. So there's a lot of love in the house for you, Rain, no doubt about that. And a win and a second, I mean, a second's as good as enough as a win in this championship when you look at how important consistency is, how challenging these invert races are. More than that, the way that rain was playing out tonight, and we weren't sure, A, how many laps we were going to go, B, what the strategy was going to be, C, whether you guys could save enough fuel to get home without a splash and dash. There was so much unknown about that 37 minutes.
Yeah, 100%. The second race, I was fuel saving for like the last sort of 5 laps-ish. I under-fueled trying to get back to Dylan, and then realised how short I was. So I was lifting in places, and then the last lap I was mega lifting. I thought I'd done enough, but then coming over the line for the last lap, I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, oh, don't know if I can swear, but apologies.
No, that's all right. We're after 7:30 Western time, so you're good. Keep going.
Just under I was a bit under sort of a quarter of a lap short, so I was like, oh, this is not great. But the boys on the radio had Ben. Unfortunately, Benny Woods was in the Discord giving feedback when he should have been driving. But yeah, cheers to all the Twitchy Foot guys for all the help throughout the race.
Indeed. Just by the by, just to clarify, we're good with the little ones, but the F's and C's we tend to try and steer clear of. However, let's talk about the rest of the week, mate, because we're looking forward to seeing you back on track. Obviously, most likely Thursday night in the Porsches, but then next week, 90 minutes. We know that the 24 is on this weekend. We know that a lot of people will be sinking their teeth into that. But then going from a long twice around the clock classic to a 90-minute sprint, that's going to be the adjustment for some of you come Monday night, and a solo driver effort as well. What are your thoughts on Spa?
Yeah, as I said last week, I'm not a big fan of Spa at all. Our team, unfortunately, isn't fielding a team. We didn't have the people available for it. So the rest of the week, yeah, we'll see Porsches on Thursday, and then, yeah, back on Monday. But, yeah, no Spa for us, and thankfully. I was happy to do it, but not a fan of the track, so...
And that's interesting because there's a few people that haven't been a fan of the tracks that were served up tonight. David Kirby didn't like Interlargos, for instance, and I'm sure there's someone that didn't like Brands Hatch before the rain, let alone after it. Hey, mate, well done. Congratulations on that. A magnificent performance. A first and a second tonight, and we'll wait and confirm it, but it could well be round honours as well, depending upon bonuses and other things. Go well for the rest of the week, and we'll catch up with you next Monday night as well.
Yeah, no, thanks, guys. Thanks to all the Twitchy Foot guys. Yeah, can't do it without them. So, and congratulations to Dylan and Matt as well. Great drives.
There he is, Ryan Campbell. Very nicely done. Brenton Hobson and Matt Dencher here, ladies and gentlemen. Two absolute stalwarts of the caper. Two of our... Brenton's been involved in GSRC broadcasts since year one, and Denchi's, of course, won everything that he's won, 10 championships in GT3, 9 in the Porsches and whatnot. However, gentlemen, as I sit here and I'm looking at Dylan Shepherd winning and Ryan Campbell, and there's other good stories there as well. You just get the feeling that the next generation, the next era might be upon us.
I'll go. Yes. Well, yes. I'm not a GT driver though, Zach. So I don't really keep tabs on what goes on in that part of the world. But
don't worry, we're going to talk to you about earlier in the night in just a moment, Hobbo. Yes, continue on.
Yeah, but there's quite a few people. I don't know most of these guys that were running around here in the GTs and tearing it up. So it's good to see, though. I mean, it's good to see someone giving Denchi a run because, like you say, he's had so much success. So it's good to see a bunch of new people coming through and having a crack.
And it is nice to actually have you back too, great man. Let's be perfectly honest here. Going to get to the GT3 in just a moment because I'm interested in your thoughts on that. As you say, you're not well known in GT3 circles. You're not a regular in that caper. But like I suggested before the end of the previous season, the fact that we're introducing the Corvette and the Mustang into the fold, I just had a sneaky feeling that would bring a few people back. It is, however, quite amusing to see someone that's been a stalwart in the Holden in the supercars for such a long time now in a 40 to GT, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let's go back to the supercars. 2 from 2, mate. But again, you've been challenged on the way there. Greg Favell keeping you honest last week. Obviously, he slipped up tonight. And young Connor Nixon came on leaps and bounds there towards the end and was getting within close proximity and striking distance, but 2 from 2, it's as though you picked up exactly where you left off.
Yeah, well, luckily for me, 2 tracks that I've driven on recently in the supercar outside of this league, so that made it a little bit easier for me to be able to come in and be on the pace straight away. I mean, Greg was very fast at Road America. I thought he was going to get me, actually. He got pole that race, and his pace was really good. I think I just got the strategy a little better for that one and managed to get him with the pit stop. But Connor was ripping tonight as well, and he was flying too. We never really got to see Greg's pace, unfortunately, but Connor was reeling me in at the end there, and I was in a bit of strife tonight as well. So yeah, not having it my own way, that's for sure. So I haven't looked at the calendar, but we'll see where we go next week, and maybe it'll be a different story.
Daytona International Road next week.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, righto. Well, we'll see how that goes. I remember the last time I raced at that track was in this league, and you might remember my good friend Michael Schreier towed me up on the last lap because I got my setup wrong and had full wing. And that's the last time I raced at that track. So we'll see what happens.
Indeed. We're looking forward to it immensely. Whatever unfolds, I'm sure it'll be entertaining. Now, here's a couple of things. With regards to the supercars, mate, I know that there's been a lot of chatter. How excited are you at the prospect of sometime in the near future getting to drive the Gen 3 cars virtually on this platform?
Oh, of course. I think they'll be fun cars to drive. I mean, it's hard to say whether or not they've been a successful car in the real series or not. I think that the racing's still good in supercars, but a lot of people don't really believe that to be the case anymore. But I'm looking forward to having a go at them in the sim all the same. I think, I mean, they're just very me cars, aren't they? They're big power, rear-wheel drive, under-tired. So they've got me written all over them. I can't wait to have a crack. My commitments in the sim are probably starting to wind back a little bit. So
yep.
a little bit hinges on what they're like to drive for me and what my future looks like with how much I'm going to drive competitively in the supercar. But I mean, you know, places like this would be a good opportunity for me to come and, you know, I assume the GSRC will be jumping on board with them when they come out. So it'll be a good place for me to come and turn some laps and have some fun in them. I think the racing should be good. They're the sort of cars that do put on good racing in the sim. You know, the current supercars do as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be a cool new challenge, and it'll be awesome for the greater, wider community to see a bit of a reset. So everyone will be back to, you know, square one. The 3 or 4 years of development we've seen on the cars will be all reset, and you know, everyone will start again. So it'll be a fresh start for everybody and a clean slate, and hopefully that mixes things up a bit.
Talk to me about a couple of other things here, mate. I mean, it has been a while since we've caught up with you, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Denchi as soon as we wrap this up. But I don't think I've spoken to you about your thoughts on the Tempest weather system. I'm pretty sure it's that long since we've had a chat. And obviously that has been all the rage in GSRC circles, in iRacing parlance, in the last 6 months or so. What were your initial thoughts, and how much time did it take for you to get your head around it in terms of driving cars in those ever-changing conditions?
Well, I'm probably not the best person to ask, because tonight was the first time I've been able to do a race on a car that's been in the Tempest weather.
Yeah, right.
Since rain came out. I did do a Formula Ford race against the AI the day that it dropped, and it took me 7 attempts to record a 10-lap race because my PC kept crashing.
Oh no!
And ever since then, I haven't been able to complete it. Even last week in the GT3s, I didn't get through the entire night without a sim crash, and there wasn't even any rain. So I haven't raced in anything that's got the Tempest weather on it, like anything that's rain enabled at all, since it came out. So tonight was the first night for me in the rain. I haven't driven I raced the Watkins Glen 6-hour in GT3s 12 months ago, not the one that just happened, but 12 months ago. And before that, the last time I drove a GT3 was when I last raced it in here with you fine people. So I haven't driven GT3s, I haven't driven the Tempest weather, I haven't driven any of that stuff really. So my reaction to it is probably pretty raw at the minute. Tonight was a lot of fun and very hard.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, so that's actually not such a bad thing that you don't have too much experience with it, mate, because you've got a first-hand account of it from what you've sat through and endured tonight. I mean, you've seen wet weather racing before. You've watched enough motorsport in your time to know what it looks like. Let's turn our attention now to GT3. Have they got it right? Does it look the goods to you when it's out, or is this what iRacing needs to reinvent the wheel, in your opinion?
If you're talking about the weather side of it specifically,
Yeah, the weather side. Yeah.
I think, well, yeah, I mean, I think it's right. Like, I've done a little bit of like rain, maybe 1 or 2 races on Assetto Corsa Competizione or whatever with their rain. And it's not entirely convincing. It just feels like they've turned the grip down, you know. But the beauty of it with iRacing and its dynamic tracks is that it's all very, very accurately modelled, and you know the preferred line, depending on the car and the track and everything else, the preferred line isn't necessarily the racing line when it's wet. In fact, more often than not, it's not. And you really notice that when you're trying to drive around. So you do have to really think about what you're doing. You know, for sure. And I think that's really good because it's genuine. Like, it doesn't feel, it doesn't feel like a gimmick or anything like that. It feels like it's well thought out. And of course, they've been working on it for, 4 or 5 years or something. So you fully expect that they're going to get it somewhat right. And I mean, my impressions are certainly that it's very, very, seems very, very accurate. And I mean, I've never driven real life cars, so to a certain extent, I can't really comment. But you know, from my observation of it and what it feels like, I think it feels very convincing. And I think it is really, really cool to see them come and do it properly.
Indeed. No, very well done. When we talk about the racing tonight, mate, I mean, I'm looking at your results sheet here. Started P4, so that would have been a 7th in race 1, an 8th in race 2. So if nothing else, consistent. Let's acknowledge that right off the top. Parry and Osaka's just chiming in. Hello, great man. Nice to have you on board. Tempest is pretty good. I think a little too much grip outside the puddles, though. So, on that subject, Tobbo, let's talk about GT3. The fact that you got consistent results, that's a tick in the box. The fact that you've had a run in the absolutely tipping down rain ticks another box. You've also had a run in a Mustang. So, how much time was spent dilly-dallying around which of the new GT3 cars you're going to have a steer with, and why did you settle on the Mustang, and then what did you obviously make of those 2 races that were torrential, to say the least?
Okay, so I'm in the Mustang because I'm not a GT3 driver, and historically the only cars I've had any success in and have been able to drive in the past is the BMW M4 and the Mercedes AMG. So the common denominator there is front engine, and I think that's because I'm so used to driving those type of cars, you know, supercars predominantly. I really struggle to get mid and rear engine cars to drive how I like. I just tend to spin out in them really easily. So I don't even own the Corvette. I didn't buy it because of that. I just decided to go ahead and check out the Mustang. I think from what I've heard, like I said, I'm not close one ear to the ground on this stuff, but Mustang sounds like it's a bit of a dog, according to what most people have told me. I can't say if that's the case or not, but you know, for me, I was like, at least I should be able to get in this thing and perhaps drive it, even if it's not that fast. But that was the reasoning. That's why, as you say, I'm sort of renowned for driving in Commodores and steering well clear of the Fords in the supercars, which is the case. I am a Holden man, but that being said, I think the Mustang looks tough. It sounds unreal. And it's a little bit perhaps better suited to my style. So that was the reason there. I wanted to try one of the new ones, so that was it. I had to paint them for my team anyway, so I figured I may as well drive one. And I was keen to come and try the GTs again, just for something different. I think I needed a bit of a mix-up, a change-up. I've been doing the same thing for a long time and was looking for something different, and just so happened that it fell on a night with some supercars, and I thought, well, that's a good reason for me to come back and have a crack here with the GSRC again. It's been a long time, like you say, and it's awesome to be back.
And it's great to have you back, mate. And nice that you're somewhat picking up where you left off in the supercars. Hopefully, the intention is there to continue on with that for the next 8 weeks, Hobbo.
My work commitments are a little bit sporadic these days, so there's every chance I'll miss 1 or 2 for being away for work. But if I'm around,
while you're racking up, mate.
We'll see. But I have every intention of coming and having a run at this stage. So There'll be some weeks that are trickier than others. Like next week will be Daytona, and I don't run there in anything else throughout the week, so that'll be a one-off race, and you might see that with my performance. But we'll see what happens. I still plan to come and have a go. And the GTs, I mean, I'm not really practicing. I'm not doing any preparation or anything for those. They're really just a bit of fun, and it's cool to have my teammate Brady come and have a run with me, and we had a good bit of fun together in the Discord, and enjoyed just streaming something different. And you asked before about the rain tonight. It was certainly that was an experience. I really just intended to try and stay on the track. That was my only real sort of goal. I was pretty happy with the first race, qualified 15th, which I think is probably accurate for my pace, and then stayed out of trouble and got up to 7th, so I was happy with that. But then race 2, I spun 3 times, and I mean, I didn't tear the car up too bad,
we
but
caught one of them.
Yeah, I was just disappointed in myself for making those little mistakes, and they were probably all avoidable ones too. So I was disappointed in myself for that, but ultimately, like you said, I think everyone was sort of had roller skates on tonight. So it was started 4th, finished 8th, I think, in that second one. So I'll take it. That's good. Double top 10. I'm happy with that. I think I probably wouldn't have got those results had I been in the dry. So if anything, the wet probably helped me out.
Yeah, and I was going to say, don't be terribly hard on yourself. I mean, you made it to the finish, and you made it a respectable top 10. There's a lot of drivers licking their wounds tonight and ruining what might have been because they didn't make it to the finish. And if you're not familiar with the car and you're not familiar with the weather system, Hobbo, I mean, that's still fairly respectable as far as I'm concerned. Now, you mentioned one other important point there, Brady Baldwin. That's news that was only made common knowledge to me during the broadcast, I must say. So you've been at the recruitment desk, I see.
Well, Brady's been with our guys for, I'll be 2 years or something now. Obviously renowned dirt guy, and as am I. So I've been good mates with him for a long time. And yeah, he now drives for SSR, which is really cool. He's sort of taken a dip into supercars the last 18 months. Last year, around enduro time, so Bathurst 1000s and things like that, I decided to drive with him and have a bit of fun, and he learned a heap, and his speed really helped running with me. Sort of managed to pick up a lot of speed and a lot of technique. So he actually committed to having a go at the Logitech G Pro Invitational this year and actually made the cut. So he's gone straight from dirt to supercars, and within 6 months made it to the Pro Series in supercars. So really awesome for him, and he's decided to come and hang out with me on a Monday night and where he can, and do some supercars as well to keep his laps up in that car, and have a bit of fun in the GTs. Neither of us have any experience really much lately. He hasn't probably driven them in about 2 years either, so it's good fun. I mean, he's a really cool guy. It's great to have teammates around to hang out with and have a bit of fun, so that's what it's all about.
And on a parting note, I mean, you heard what Hobbo said there about going straight up into the pros. It's not like these guys at Synergy to hire slouch mugs. So I'm not even remotely surprised by that, Hobbo, quite frankly. Well done to Brady. And well done to you as well, mate. If we see you next Monday night for Spa, the 24 is on this weekend in Sim Circles. But for us, it's 90 minutes in the Ford around there. How are you feeling about that if we do see you on the grid?
Well, about as good. If it's dry, I'll be maybe top 15. If it's wet, I'll be wherever I end up. Like,
just be gentle through Eau Rouge.
Yeah, definitely. Let's hope we don't have any huge crashes down the hill there like we saw this year in the real race. But I'll plan to come and have a crack. I don't think I'll be fast. Like I said, I won't probably dedicate a lot of time to learning how to drive. So I'll turn up and I'll just have some fun, and we'll see what happens. And I'll take whatever good results I can get if I can get any, and otherwise just try and enjoy myself. I mean, that's what this is about for me at the minute. And hopefully, I can at least stay out of trouble and get a result. We'll see.
Those of you that play along at home and play the bingo card with us on a Monday night or a Thursday night, whenever we're on air, me taking shots at governments or daylight saving or anything like that, we're actually going to add a new square to the card, and it's called Hobbo underselling himself, because I'm expecting better things from him at Daytona than what he's telling us based on his comments just now. So looking forward to that throughout the course of next week, and then obviously everything beyond that for the rest of the season, mate. Very nice to have you back in the booth. You're welcome anytime. Go and enjoy the rest of the week. Well done tonight.
Thanks, Zach. Good to chat. Good to be here.
Matty Dench, we'll save the Dench mark until last, as, you know, out of respect more than nothing else, because you've got the current number 1 on the car for a reason, mate. That was a challenging night, but still 2 podium finishes, bank the points, press on. Consistency, as you know, the key to the championship, staying out of trouble on these sprint nights, not easily achieved, but you got to the end, and you somehow fought your way back into third. Firstly, I'm going to start, though, with where I was talking with Hobbo, and that is this next crop of stars. The Dylan Shepherds that are going to jump in here from time to time, the Ryan Campbells that are committed to the season. It's nice to have some new faces, some new competition in the club.
Yeah, it's definitely good. It's always good to have some fast guys jump in and give me a run for the money. So yeah, really looking forward to if they turn up for every round and they can keep up their performance. Should be fun.
Serious question: was that wet enough for you, or would you like to have been a bit wetter?
I would have preferred it if it was just like race 1. It was like a light to medium rain. It was consistent, so like that felt quite good. It wasn't too bad following, but race 2 was like torrential rain. Literally couldn't see anything while I was behind other cars, which was basically the entire race.
And obviously the challenge of the Corvette. I mean, you were the best of the Corvettes tonight, and it clearly looked like it was we spoke about this last week. It clearly looked like the Porsches and Audis are at home here more so than your car.
Yeah, the Porsche from previous testing with it is the best on traction for corner exits, and this Corvette in any slow corner is just horrible. Just get in the TC cut and you just lose all power and you go nowhere. So yeah, quite difficult to get out of the corners, but anything like third gear or higher, like kind of speed, it was quite.
90 minutes next week's a different strategy play. We'll talk about that in a tick. Speaking of strategy play, got caught up in some drama early, and that affected the game plan in race 2 there.
Yeah, that just came down to there was a BMW behind me, and turn 3 there's like basically a river down there, and the Corvette goes nowhere on corner exit, and the BMW just has better traction and just touched the back of me gently and sent me on one of those really slow spins. So.
Oh yeah, and when the field's so bunched up and you're just sitting there waiting for a clear gap, the slow spin feels even slower and even more painful, I can only imagine. So obviously from there, it was a quick reset, mate, because you had to change your plan of attack, and clearly we were sitting here in central commentary trying to work out. We knew that you weren't going to get the 26 laps. We weren't sure if it was going to be 23 or 24. But we were also asking the question that because you're running a little bit slower, because you're not running as fast, like the lap times aren't the pace of which they would normally be, you're not carrying as much speed through corners, all that sort of stuff. We were wondering where the numbers were with regards to fuel and if anyone could do this without coming in. And then as soon as we saw that defining moment right there, you stopping, we were like, well, if Denchi's stopping, everyone's going to have to bloody stop. So just talk us through how touch and go it was and why you decided to zig whilst others were zagging and buy yourself some clear air there.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think in terms of like full speed pace, fuel was going to be like 13-14 litres at the stop, but I got to save quite a bit while I was just sort of poking along, trying to get a few positions here and there, and ended up only putting in 8 litres. So yeah, I think to do a no stop, you were not going to actually gain any positions out of that. I don't think. It's a pretty short pit lane here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's interesting to say that even though wet to dry, the save wasn't terribly much in the grand scheme of things. That might just well be the nature of the circuit, Denji.
Yeah, I think at least for the Corvette, like to get the throttle down, like you very gently pressing that throttle pedal, so you just typically save quite a bit of fuel around here, at least I will.
Indeed. And then obviously incidents happened in front of you. There were some retirements, and all of a sudden the seas were parting, and you were able to get through the pit lane sequence once the field was cleansed, and you're battling for podium positions. You wouldn't have been able to believe your luck.
Yeah, I thought I was going to aim for a top 10 after the spin, but yeah, to get back into the podium position is quite good. It's a very difficult track to pass on in the dry, and then throw some water in there, and all of the braking zones are pretty much single line. If you go offline, you're in the puddles and you're into the wall. So yeah, quite difficult to try and get by anyone.
Indeed. Talk me through your impressions of the guys around you, the Dylan Shepherds, the Ryan Campbells, and how much of a threat you think they're going to be through the next 8 rounds.
Yeah, it'll be really good. Like if this is like a little bit of a preview of what they're going to be driving like, then yeah, the remaining rounds should be quite the challenge, I think. So really looking forward.
Do you have a drive lined up in the Spa 24 this weekend?
Yeah, I think we're going to be doing the Mercedes. So not really getting any practice for Monday night. But yeah, I've had a little play around with the Corvette, so I've got something in the works.
As I knew you would. So Spa for 90 minutes. What are your thoughts? Would you like it to be dry? Would you like it to be wet? Would you mind a mix of both?
I would like to see it go from dry to wet, solely on basically the sole purpose, because everyone's going to be running like a low wing setup, and then if it rains, switching to just wet tyres is not enough. You still won't be able to drive around the track, so you got to change your wing settings and ARB bars and stuff in the pitters.
Yep, and I guess the other thing as well, mate, must have been nice to get through a sprint round as chaotic as that, as wet and torrential as that, and take away a good haul of points.
Yeah, it's get in a little incident and still bank some pretty good points is always a good night. So even if you don't get the W, like we had pretty good pace. Probably could have done it if we qualified better, but you know, that is what it is, and yeah, we will move on to the next.
Indeed. I'm starting to run out of questions here, Denchi, so why don't we wrap it up? Well, it is 11:15. This is going in grand final territory of an 11 o'clock finish at the moment, so we'll wrap it up there, mate. Hey, appreciate you sticking around and stopping on by for a chat here. Well done tonight on those results. Kept the nose clean eventually, despite that early skirmish, and brought it home. 2 podium finishes and a good haul of points, and onwards and upwards to Spa. Good luck in the 24, and we'll see you next Monday night, and we'll see you Thursday for the Porsches as well.
Yeah, you'll see us on Thursday for the Porsches, another sprint round. So we'll see how that goes.
Yes, well, I was going to say last Thursday night wasn't necessarily kind to you in the second race, but we'll worry about that another day, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to pick up our game there. Otherwise, we're going to use two drop rounds in the start of the season, which won't be good.
Not at all. But if anyone can bounce back from it, I reckon it'd be you. Hey, and we've got evidence to back that up. Remember the season that he dropped by and did GT4 from round 3 onwards and still won the championship comprehensively? Yeah, wonderful season that one was. Hey, thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
No worries. We'll catch everyone.
Magnificent racing. Chaotic at best tonight. Cars up against it in terms of just the ever-changing conditions and the standing water on the racetrack. But in the end, the cream rose to the top. Dylan Shepherd, 4 different manufacturers in the top 4. We knew it was a circuit that was going to favour Porsche and Audi. That became evident quite early on, but still, persistence, perseverance, skill set, strategy. Denchi and Hayne getting up there with the Corvette and the Bimmer, 3rd and 4th. And Brenton Hobson, I mean, the only Mustang in the 10. And there were a handful of them in the field, including Colby Callum, who will be very happy to see the back of Brands Hatch. And I stand by what I said earlier, that if that was real world, they would have been out there sweeping the water off the circuit and having the real world, having the drivers and cars parked on pit lane just twiddling their thumbs waiting for things to dry out a little bit. So I'm glad that even though it was absolutely torrential tonight, we got the full race in. We wouldn't be able to do it without Waste Options, nor so, of course, the great people at merch.tgsrci.com. Orbic Australia, Lobesy Racing, M-Wave Australia, Flash Graphics, and the great people at Sprayton Cider, who are the naming rights sponsor of the club at the moment. Into season 18 we go, term 3 of 2024. Great to have some old experienced hands in here to have a chat with, to complement the youthful exuberance of the club that's coming through the ranks at the moment as well. Sprint racing done for another night. We've had Brenton Hobson win. We've had Dylan Shepherd notch up a win. We've had Ryan Campbell notch up a win. We've had a double in Pro-Am for Gavin Simpson. 2 different winners in 2 races in AM, so we've shared the love tonight. There's no doubt about that. Looking ahead for you on the platforms of the GSRC, that's where we go to next. Introductory Formula 4 at Alton Park. Something about dicky, narrow, windy British circuits this week, isn't it? That's tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. 3 sprint races there, then followed by the second round of the GSRC Wings and Slicks Championship from the Fuji Circuit in Japan. And that'll be a 40-minute race from 9:15 Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday night, Long Beach, the venue for the Toyota 86s. 2 sprint races in the Production Car Challenge from 7:30 p.m. Then on to a brand new venue for the GT4 Challenge, the Circuit de Navarro. And that will be a 40-minute race for them starting from 8:45. Sprint racing on Thursday night returns in the form of Downforce Legends in the LMP2s from Circuit Zolder. So we go to Belgium and then to Hungary on Thursday night. Circuit Zolder first up, 2 sprint races, 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. And we continue on, and I think it's sprint racing right throughout the course of... Well, actually, no, there are a handful of 40-minute races in the LMP2s. Which is a change in format for that category in the bygone era. And the Porsche Cup continues from the Hungaro Ring, 2 sprint races there as well from 8:45 Eastern Standard Time. I'll be back on deck for IndyCar next week, but IndyCar continues this week with round 2. Sorry, Adam. Oh, Zolder's a 40-minute race. Righto, copy that. Zolder is a 40-minute race, not a sprint. There we go. Fixing up the typos on the go. Thank you, Adam. Well done. So 40-minute race Thursday night from Zolder. Something different compared to the sprint feast that we've had so far this season. Friday night, IndyCar. Have a look at that. Red Bull Ring, 45 minutes. Oh, I'm disappointed I'm not here for that one. That'll be a beauty. 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Join Joe Baldwin for that. The Mazda MX-5 Cup cars take to Mount Panorama on Saturday night, and the Mountain Men for 32 laps from 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then next week, we've already detailed it in great detail. Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps second up, for the Pro-Am round of Waste Options GT3. 90 minutes the journey, 8:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Preceded by Super2 from the Daytona International Speedway Road Course for 25 minutes from 7:30 Eastern Standard Time. Wow. Nearly 11 o'clock. I'm out of breath. I'm out of voice. We've been with you for 4 hours. It's been great fun. Merch.tgsrci.com to get your hands on some club paraphernalia and support the club and ensure that we can continue doing what we do here and that you've got something to wear or something to at least display to show your support for the club when you're tuning into the broadcast Mondays, Thursdays and Fridays this season. Merch.tgsrci.com or gsrcmerch.myshopify.com take you to the same link. Are these? No.
No, not all series. Like I think there's a few opens. G4s are open, G3s are open, V8 supercars are open. But yeah, like Downforce, Porsche Cup's open. But Downforce Legends is fixed. The intro and Wings and Slicks, and also the production cars are fixed setups. IndyCar is also fixed setup.
Indeed it is. And IndyCar will be well worth tuning in for in the next few weeks. I'm looking forward to being back in the booth for IndyCar Friday week. I missed rounds 1, 2 and 4 due to circumstances beyond my control. Commitments had already been booked in, but we'll be back for the balance of the season after that. Any news on the Enduros, Adam?
I think it's just the final one, and I'm not sure what. I think Josh might be. I think season 2 might be on the back burner. I think still Spa on the 28th, so in a week and a half's
Not
time.
this Sunday, next Sunday. Yep.
So that one's still on the cards. Season B, I think, is either being scratched or being reworked. But yeah, at least the Spa 24 is definitely still in play.
So more Spa to complement this weekend in the majors. Next Monday night for us over 90 minutes. And obviously another 6 hours there next Sunday. Boy, oh boy. More Spa to sink your teeth into, more than you can poke a stick at. Well, it was a slip and slide affair tonight, ladies and gentlemen. By G, we've had some fun though. Some great wet weather racing in both splits that we were broadcasting for you this evening. Never seen rain like that on our platforms before. Nice to actually see the Tempest weather system hard at work.
And also, it's also
effective.
nice. It's also nice to see that the last update they did. We can actually see the rain now.
Exactly, we can see the rain, and we can also get through it without too many people dropping
We
out.
had that broadcast last season where the track just got wet. We're like, what's going on?
Yeah, exactly. It absolutely tipped down, and no one saw it. So yes, now you can see the rain, so no one's disappointed by that. Although I am a little bit worried about the colour of it. They look like black raindrops to me. So maybe someone's dropping oil on the circuit. Oh, well, it does the same thing. Excellent stuff. We're done on that note. Thank you, Adam Lavis. Appreciate that. A little bit of overtime for us tonight to compensate what we lost last week. Thank you to you at home as well. Apologies for the fact that I'm a little bit rusty in the vocal cord department. We'll work on that ready for Thursday. I've got some honey and strepsils on standby. Don't worry about that. On behalf of the entire crew here, a night with many different winners, many different... there's the spin into pit lane that we didn't see earlier in the piece. Many different stories to tell.
It's Jared.
Many... Sorry, Adam?
It's Jared night too.
Oh, it was 90. Oh, God. I didn't get a chance to chat to him after the fact. He only finished down in, 18th in the end. So that explains it. He was running better than that before the pit stop, and then that's brought him undone. Poor bloke, he can't take a trick. But yeah, plenty of great fun, plenty of slip and slide, plenty of winners across the board. Great stories to tell, good bloopers for the highlight reel. There'll be a few people, however, very much happy to see the back of it and happy to get to dry ground after the saturation they've been on the receiving end of throughout the course of the evening there. Some of the wettest racing we've ever seen on our platforms, and if it was going to happen anywhere, it's only appropriate that it's the United Kingdom, because by gee, aren't they crying some tears today, the Pongs, because it's not coming home. Speaking of home, we're going now because bed awaits. On behalf of the crew here, thanks for your company. Hope you enjoyed Monday Night Motorsport as much as we enjoyed bringing it to you. Night 1 of week 2 in term 3. Season 18 for the club is done and dusted. We look forward to your company again on Thursday night for the LMP2 series and also the Porsches. On behalf of Adam Lavis and all the crew here, I'm Zach Caban. Until then, it's bye for now. Have a great evening, everybody. Thanks for your company.